9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome.
Hello. Hello.
But today, two youngsters are leading the way, Shaurya Binu and Veer Ganpati. The chasing pack is not too far behind. Looks like it's going to be a very exciting finish today. This is the group of Udayan Mane, Karan Pratap Singh, and Sanit Bishnoi playing the first hole. It's a fairly docile par 4 to start off with. It's a long iron off the tee. You lay up before a water hazard, and then it's a wedge in. Pin is on the top right today, so the water is not in play. On the tee, waiting to tee off is Kartik Sharma, Arjun Sharma, and Aman Raj. In the second to last group, so this is the third to last group. This is the chasing pack. Karan Pratap sitting at 14 under right now, 4 shots behind. Our leaders Shaurya Binu and Veer Ganpati. This is the greens out here are really small targets. They're like probably if it wasn't a wedge, it would be tough to hit them. And grainy, so you controlling the spin of the ball is very important. You don't want to spin it too much because the grain is towards the players as they hit their approach shots. On your screen is Udayan Mane, the Olympian. Very accessible flag. "14 in, 4 from the right." Both have left themselves very easy looks at birdie. On your screen is Kartik Sharma. This pack will have to go really low. I don't see our leaders letting up at all. They're in good form. They had solid rounds of golf yesterday. So if the chasing pack wants to catch them, they would have to really start fast and fire low. Sanit Bishnoi on your screen with his approach into number 1. Really good golf swing. You can see that the latter half of the green has the grain growing away from the players. So you saw Sanit landing on the part of the green which has the grain away from him, so it released a bit, leaving himself an uphill putt for birdie. It's a really low scoring week. We had the cut going at 4 under, the lowest it's ever been. With 50 players under par still. To give you an idea of how low the scoring is, 25th position is at 10 under. Repairing pitch marks is part of the etiquette of golf, which is something that most golfers should do. Leave the green exactly like you found it. On the tee, Kartik Sharma ready to tee off on hole number 1. He had a very illustrious junior career Kartik Sharma. One of four left-handers playing today. So, Shaurya, what do you think the winning score today is going to be?
I mean, if we go by where we left off the proceedings yesterday, my number yesterday was at 22, but everything depends on the leader group. I think it's safe to say that seeing the pin positions today, that should be the number, maybe about 21, 22. Unless one of the young lads really catches fire on the back nine, then that might be a different story altogether.
You know, it's some whoever's putter is hot today amongst Shaurya and Veer, because I don't see many greens being missed today with the yardage of the golf course, and the par fives are so accessible.
My only concern would be that Veer, after that stupendous round of 9 under par, if he can really back that up, that's going to be quite a test for such a young man. But I'm sure his father would have already told him the kind of things to expect. So maybe many of the landmines that he would face have already been revealed to him. So
You
you never
know,
know.
I was listening to his interview yesterday. He looked very relaxed, and he says, I'm gonna go and enjoy myself, and soak in the moment is what he said. So that's probably the right attitude to take to the final round, especially in your first pro tournament and the one that you're leading also. Kartik Sharma with that familiar dip of his.
And I served him well, though, over the years. I really do like the way that knuckle ball comes out. Quite a different style of swing here for Arjun Sharma.
How it's a little less moving parts.
A lot more conventional looking.
Yeah, slightly stronger left hand grip. Likes to work it right to left.
Yeah, nicely threw the ball and
Looks like he's just missed it a bit. Not very happy with that contact. And the gentleman with the hat on, Aman Raj from Patna.
is that a different color of hat that he has on today? Maybe it's the fine late matches the belt, the shoes. There was a meme that golfers dress the best.
There's I heard a really nice quote the other day. Golfers are the only spectators who dress up like they were going to play.
That's a really good one. The
Like if
swing is a little unorthodox as well. You see that.
Yeah, he just pulled it a tad. Looks like he's a little anxious about this the
You know,
way the
coming
starting
back to
line.
coming back to that saying, there's always a dichotomy that I faced as well. When you do eventually see an event, do you dress up in your jeans or do you dress up in formal golf wear? And more often than not, you'd revert to the golf wear. So if you've played golf, somehow you're dressing up like a golfer as well. I don't think there's a mandate ever, but
No football fan actually dresses up with football studs or whatever. Golfers actually go to the golf course to watch a golf tournament in golf shoes.
yeah.
You actually don't need to, So probably with the wet conditions, it's the best that you don't destroy your other shoes. But and out of all sports shoes, I think the golf shoe is the sturdiest. The amount of wear and tear it takes, as far as different terrain is concerned. So I guess, but coming back to that, we have a dress code. amongst golfers. At first, tournament golf is on the PGTI, shorts, collared T-shirt, and not
But
not
I'd
not
say golf wear is also evolving. That's a brilliant shot right there with a lot of purchase early on.
yeah. Karan Pratap saying, yeah, you can see that the grain is from back to front, so the ball is going to get some purchase if you hit it high enough. Aman Raj, my colleague here is very, very impressed with Aman Raj's short game prowess, and he displayed it yesterday in quite a few occasions.
In fact, I happened to see a few videos and went over to the range yesterday after I don't know how long, maybe first time in 5 months that I've been to a range. I normally do play a round or two in a month, but I actually went to a range, saw a video about short game and tried to emulate what Aman Raj says. My good friend Bhanu Pratap was there as well. He says, I've learned something about the short game. I want to share it with you. So we'll discuss that in a bit.
Odyan Mane with his tee shot on number 2, the par 3 with the Nissan
Is it ominous
Magnite.
again? The same shirt, the same color. The car is there for the
Yeah, I
taking.
think this one's close.
Well, that
It's
would have
just,
looked good in the
yeah,
air,
yeah.
right over the flagstick.
Yeah,
And if you look at that number for our viewers who are unacquainted with what that means, is the depth of the green, 18 yards. Normally, you'd see in any golf course, you'd rarely find a green under 30 yards length.
yes,
But so
absolutely. And you can see that it's got a turtle back to it, so it's effectively not 18 also. It's like more like 12, 13. Third member of this group, Sanit Bishnoi. All three had hit pretty close on number 1. Not sure what their score was.
yeah, Sanit Bishnoi making a par there on the first.
So all three with pars on number 1. This also looks to be on the correct line. Maybe a tad bit left. Yeah.
All three good shots.
Yeah, got a friendly collar ricochet there.
And I would say kudos to the tournament committee and even the company sponsoring the car because the pit position is really accessible. I think if you were to make a hole in one, it's right in the center of the
Seven.
green.
It's a 8/7 for most golfers, so it is doable.
And right in the center of the green, it's not really.
Yeah, the probability of it happening is very high this week. And no wind. You don't need to calculate wind. That was Aman Raj from the left rough. We saw that he had pulled it a bit off the tee. And pretty similar line coming up is Karthik Sharma. Well, I think, Shaurya, the winning score today is going to be 24. It will go that low. Because I was just talking to some people there. There's zero wind. There's no humidity. It's just perfect weather conditions for golf. And that's the big thing.
Well, eventually, for it to go anything beyond 20 under par, I think a lot depends on how Shaurya, Binu, and Veer Ganpati play.
Yeah, and you can see from the balls coming in that the greens are soft. So you don't need, it's not going to, though they're small in shape, they're very receptive. So you could have, if these were firm, they would be really difficult to hit.
Yeah, but there's another factor that if you look at the leaderboard today, just through the first three holes itself, it's peppered by a lot more bogeys.
Yeah, Arjun's got it on line, just a bit left and a bit short.
And just he would have had his heart in his mouth. That ball barely crossed the hazard by an inch.
This reminds me of one of the par fours in yesteryears on Golmori, the first hole. Remember?
Yes.
A very similar length of hole. You hit a long iron off the tee, then you hit a
The old Golmori.
Yeah, the old Golmori.
The hazard was
And I
there.
had a very funny incident that happened, and I was playing in a group with former Indian Open winner Vijay Kumar, and he hit this perfect tee shot just short of the water hazard, like to perfection, like he couldn't have laid it up better. And as he was hitting his second shot, the fountain came up, and it's a very powerful fountain. Yeah. And it hit the ball on its flight,
So obviously he got a reshot, I'm
and
assuming.
it went inside the water. And I'm like, that has never happened before in tournament golf, So we called the referee and we said, okay, listen, this was off. And as he hit it, it came on, and then he then catered for it. So yeah, he got a reshot. I don't. So I have seen a reshot in tournament golf basically because of that. You can see our PGTI staff, JP, in the background. JP's been as long as PGTI has been there.
Yeah, he's a stalwart and he's an essential cog in the machine that keeps the professional golf tour of India running. Affable personality.
Udian Mane with an uphill putt for birdie. He's
Yeah,
just
that
gave
just
in a little too much steam there.
didn't strike that well.
You four back. You want a fast start. You're gonna push the issue a bit, and I think you need to be patient right now because this golf course is going to yield birdies to you. You don't need to push the issue.
It's going to be an interesting shot today with the rough a little up. You'd see that the ball would nestle down furthermore. Interesting to note the kind of technique he employs. The release pattern is so important in these kind of shots. Around the green where the balls nestle down.
Most important is how your ball is sitting, Shaurya, in the grass.
Really well done, but
You see how it's down grain after the flag, so it's got to be almost dead when it climbs up that slope. So it's first into the grain and then with the grain. So, and it depends on how your ball is sitting. So when you look at your chip, this is for all golfers listening in. You first see how your ball is sitting, then you decide the shot you want.
yes, not the other way around.
No, you
The
first
lie dictates
everything. And then once you've chosen the shot, while you're choosing that shot, you have to visualize how that ball is going to react on its first bounce. Pukraj, muscle packed, flexing it on the first hole. It looks like he's pulled it a bit.
Yeah, Pukraj was.
Yeah, they're tending to keep to the left side of the fairway with that top right flag, but yeah, it's just a wedge in, so you
Good
don't
friends,
need
Pukraj and Angad Chima, both from Chandigarh.
yeah. You can put two of Angad into Pukraj right now.
Yeah, but golf is such a great equalizer. Angad looks fairly lean, but believe you me that he can get the ball almost as far as Pukraj, maybe about 10 odd yard short. So shows you that it's how you generate speed, the same thing that we were discussing.
He's got long levers. It's you see how long his legs are and how
He's
long
pretty
his
athletic
arms
as
are.
well.
Yeah, and he's got enough separation in his golf swing.
And for a tall person, he's really athletically built as well. He's got a lot of speed in him. Look at the lag he creates, and his finish is picture perfect each
Yeah.
and every time. I've never seen him off balance. Angad Chima, he reminds me
Good
a little bit.
transition, really good transition.
In all the years that I played with him and
Yeah,
seen him,
Odian needs to make this. Well done,
good
young
one.
man. Yeah, that must have. Holding a putt like that on the first few holes is so essential for momentum. It gives you that confidence. Okay, I can get away with a mistake.
Amarjeet Malik, a lot more subtle today. None of those birds and other sort of animals on his shirt that he fashions on the final day. Seems to be going with the more sober approach. Let's have a look at his swing.
He's taking a little longer club off the tee. Wants to get closer to the green.
Has been very consistent throughout the years. In his inaugural year, I remember he was able to secure his Asian Tour card. And that pause was perceptible.
Yeah, he held the top of his backswing and the follow through.
I
Well,
think one good factor which can help you determine if a player really has true talent is the finish. A professional should always hold his finish.
you should swing as fast as you can hold, as long as you can hold your finish. That's the speed you should swing at. Arjun with his par putt on number one, well
Oh, he
done.
walked that in. Allah, Kevin now.
Yeah,
Pretty
it's
confident. He knew the moment he struck it that was in.
the first hole has not been very kind to Arjun. Even yesterday, he was struggling on the first.
Well, truth be told, it's not been kind to a lot of players, and that's coming back to my assertion. That's not really going to be a low-scoring day. You're seeing a lot more blue numbers early on, so there's something in the air, Amit. It's not going to be that easy today. The bogeys are plenty on either nine. The players were starting off, which wasn't quite the case yesterday. So
You know, the beginning and the is a little tighter, I would say, on this golf. But in the middle is quite benign. You know, like everybody was going birdie and birdies and galore yesterday. You can see in the back nine today also. The people who started on the back nine are 3 under through 6 holes.
I think eventually it's going to be a dogfight and a hard one at that for this championship. I know
Yeah.
the experienced hand, the players like Karan Pratap Singh who've won that big tournament. Or that's a form of fratricide. You don't want to be missing that. Make take early on, shooting yourself in the foot and missing that putt. Not the ideal way for Karthik to start his round. You look at players like
Last year, I remember at the Grand Thornton.
yes,
Yeah.
and
So next time he comes in, and we're going to call him Mr. Jate Melani.
so he's at 14 under par, 4 shots behind the leader. So maybe that's up till 13 players who have a realistic chance. Unless Subhash Tamang can shoot a 9 or 10 under par. So you don't know. I mean, realistically speaking, if we are to see the leaderboard, you have a total of 22 players within 6 shots of the lead. So
Yeah, I was just telling our viewers a while earlier that 25th is 10 under, starting the day. So which shows you the depth and the how good the scoring this week is. Arjun with his tee shot on number 2, his last chance to win that Magnite if he wants. Maybe we all want, but you know, it's the hole one, and that's probably the closest we've seen a ball come to the hole on number 2. So good chance for birdie out there for Arjun. This is the group of Pukrat Singh Gill, Amardeep Malik, and Angad Chima. Angad to go first. Yes, pulled it a bit left. Next up is the left-hander Karthik Sharma. An unfortunate miss on number 1.
good players do bounce back. I'm assuming this one's going to be really close to the flag pin position. He's going to be aggressive.
Last chance, Karthik. Magnite.
It's there for the taking. It's looking like it's a little right of the flag.
Yeah.
But that's a brilliant shot, though.
Good friendly bounce. So that's tee shot is that of Arjun, close to the pin.
Momentum, such a big thing in golf. He was able to make up and down, and that really buoyed him, and was able to attack the flag on the next hole. So it's the small things that help you carry over that form to the next hole.
It's surprising. It's your putt going in actually affects your heart rate a lot. It just brings it down. Suddenly the anxiety level drops, and then your muscles and your movements are freer. A familiar pause of Amardeep Malik. Let's see if you get the yardage
That's
right.
a brilliant shot by Amardeep.
You can see two
brilliant
balls really
golfers.
close on number one.
And looked like he was in the left primary cut, and from there to get that sort of spin. So it seems like that pause is definitely helping. So
He took a long club off the tee, so he got closer. So you can see that he had a shorter club coming, probably a sand wedge or a lob wedge compared to the other setting their gap wedge and pitching wedge.
now the hat's off. That means the gloves are off as well. It's the final day. You're
Yeah.
going to be like pugilists today. You're going to be punching it out. Lots of birdies in the fray. It's not going to be easy to win the inaugural Mysuru Open 2024 hosted by JWGC, Jayacham Raja Wadiyar Golf Club, which has been a resplendent host for this week. Immaculate conditions, fantastic greens, and difficult greens at that as well. And support staff has been really relentless in their pursuit of giving these players an ideal setting for this week. And having the players revel, they produced some fantastic rounds. None more so than youngster Veer Ganpati with a 9 under par, coming off some really good golfing lineage. As Veer.
Yeah, so very excited to see how this is going to unfold for him. He's going to, whatever happens, he's going to come out learning, becoming stronger. And it's three youngsters in your screen. I think the oldest being Aryan. He could be like,
Yeah.
what, 22?
22, 20.
Yeah, so the
I mean, this is rather surprising.
the average age of this group is about 19.
I'm pretty certain if we had a record keeping of things like this would be the youngest leader group ever on the professional golf tour
Absolutely.
of India. I can't recall something like this. Gone is the experience in the grey hair. Instead, you have the exuberance of youth, which is rather refreshing.
Yeah,
If you're if you're a youngster, but if you're somebody like me who is on the other side of 30, close to 40, then you feel like there's a lot of daylight to be covered now. The youngsters really coming into their own.
if Veer were to win today, he would be the youngest player to win a PGTI tournament
Look at that chip shot from Aman Raj. He's such a connoisseur of that technique. I'm telling you, he must hold a clinic.
Give me some golf trivia now about the youngest to win the amateurs to have won a PGTI event thus far was the first being Karandeep Kochar in 2016. He won in Tollygunge. And then Jamal, he also won a tournament as an amateur. So Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh, that is.
Did he just say 2016?
Yeah, Karandeep won in 2016.
I mean, they say the days pass by slowly, but the years, you never know how they. I feel like it was like yesterday when he won that tournament, and I believe Digvijay was second. I still remember that.
Yes, I remember that tournament.
It couldn't have been
distinctly,
8 years. I thought it was maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
And, your friend Dipankar was doing quite well in that event. Was it that one? After two
I
rounds?
think so.
Yeah.
Yes. I think.
So Karandeep won it at 17 years and 163 days. And if Veer were to win it today, he would be 17 years and 139 days. He would beat him by 30 odd days.
Well, that's a record that I think will be difficult to beat. Very different sort of players. Karandeep, more of an accuracy and there you say, paying respect to the golf course, and it's always good. Remain well rooted.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch how this unfolds today.
It's been interesting to note Aryan's journey as well. He's come to the ranks. Sounds quite far away from the ball. Would you say that?
Yes, but I like the way his arms are hanging in front. Yes, it all depends on how long your limbs are, Shaurya.
That's a lot of speed again. I think the younger generation, he's also going with the three wood, so he's gone with the aggressive
You
approach.
can see
That's
he's
really close to the hazard.
yeah. So that gives him the advantage of hitting a shorter wedge and getting more spin in.
But would require a lot of commitment of the tees. He's maybe about 15 yards short of the hazard. We see a lot of players going with the rescue. Rarely have you ever seen somebody at with his prodigious length hitting a three wood.
I would have loved to see Pukraj take this green in this hole on. I
Yeah,
would
you're
have loved to
right.
see
He
it.
can make it. I think if
Yeah,
anyone can,
so
it's Pukraj. It's 363, so maybe about 330 to the front edge. Maybe that's a bridge too far with that water hazard, and the risk and reward somehow are not commensurate with each other. Way down. Surprising how similar I find his swing to his father's. Same takeaway.
Rahul was a little more higher with his arms. Veer is a little more compact.
But the backswings, the way the body works,
I
the way
like
the
the way his
mechanics.
I like his center is on top of the ball. He won't miss very many shots,
He's a
right or
strong
left.
lad, let
Yeah,
me tell you.
he covers it really well.
He's a strong lad. That's the ideal physique for golf. You can really pack a punch and get a lot of hit on that ball.
You
Look at
see how
that.
he stays on top of it a lot. That is a trait of he. The misses are going to be very small.
It's a good iron shot by him. I was asking some of the players how far does Veer carry it, and he can carry the driver well over 280 to 85, and that's just in the precocious young age of 17, and that's going to increase. He's going to develop
That's
a lot more.
Rahul in his patent all black. The two people walking right in front. Rahul in this golf course is. Hole in one.
Come on, Angad, give us a ride in your new car. We're
R3.
waiting for you to take us for a spin in the Nissan Magnite.
Yeah, I like the way he swings the club though. He has a really nice transition.
This is looking good.
Just a bit right, sorry, I think. Yeah.
That's a good shot. These players are really on song with their yardages.
No, you have to be on this golf course. That green is actually not 18 also. It's about 12 in or 13 in depth. And it's got to fall off in every direction.
A word of appreciation for our sponsor Cycle Pure Agarbatti, celebrating 75 years of pure fragrances and divine experiences. In 1948, N. Ranga Rao and Sons started a small homegrown business in Mysuru, Karnataka. The founder, Sri N. Ranga Rao, chose the name Cycle for its flagship brand with the belief that a cycle and a prayer can take us anywhere. What a noble, beautiful thought. Today, Cycle Pure Agarbatti is India's largest manufacturer of incense, prayer essentials, and air care products. This year, Cycle Pure Agarbatti celebrates its 75th anniversary. Over the years, Cycle has become the world's favorite prayer brand, empowering 6 billion prayers every year. That's a massive number. The company houses 600 original fragrances and codified ingredients. Cycle is powered by the legacy of progressive thinking with continuous innovations. The products are easy to use while keeping the traditions intact. Cycle has distinguished itself for being ethical, sustainable, responsible, traceable, and complies with the highest global standards. Cycle cares for the well being of all beings. And with every product, Cycle also promises a better world. Cycle is committed to doing good at each step and backed by good science. All ingredients are pure, ethically sourced, toxin free, mind you. The incense is handcrafted using traditional techniques and has a unique end to end burning technology for uninterrupted prayers. And they also have ISO certification for world class quality products, and women make the majority of its workforce much before the term women empowerment was coined. So obviously you can see the founders of this company, they have a long range view, and that view is showed today in their support and their partnership with this great golf event. So long may this tradition continue. And I can tell you that the first event has gotten off to a resounding start. The youngsters are definitely put down the marker. It's been interesting golf, and this event, the venue has held up really well, even under the inclement weather. As we have a look at the young man, Veer Ganpati, with a lot of support right there.
Yeah, his mom in the background.
Now we have the cool customers walking down. There are three cool cats: Amarjeet Malik, Angad Chima, Pukhraj.
Uh, I would love to see how this boy starts. Because I think his technique is going to hold up.
Does he favor a draw or a fade?
Very neutral. Sure, yeah. He's aiming a bit to the center of the green. You can see he's played the percentages. He's not going to push the issue. He's going to back his putter. He's putting really well. And he knows the greens well. So good at his line reading.
Conservative start, and that's a wise move by him, playing to about 15 feet, right? Not trying to flirt too much with that flag.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure, you're coming from probably the wrong side of the fairway with this flag, but it's such a short shot.
It's a very short
Yeah,
shot,
it doesn't matter actually.
But there is a risk of missing the green if he tries to get a little too aggressive. So let's see if he misses it towards the left hand of the flag.
He's got good lines in his swing also, so I haven't seen him hit very many misses this week. You can see he's got enough purchase on that down green also.
That's a good golf shot, and then some.
The third person in this trio, Aryan Rupanand.
Aryan Rupanand hitting the 3-wood so far, he could practically
They
throw
all-
the ball onto the green.
So these three boys must be knowing each other quite well because all three from Bangalore actually.
Let's see. Would ideally want to fly it a little low.
Not a low flight on that flag. You can't afford to pitch it past the flag. Yeah, that's because you have that grain growing with you. Probably pitched it maybe a yard short of where he should have pitched it.
That's a decent
Yeah.
shot as we have a look at.
Amardeep with his very indigenous chipping method.
Yeah, that's a self-concocted method. Lower hand down. Maybe inspiration from Shankar Das.
Yeah, but this job well done.
I don't quite remember if he was always chipping like this.
He's always had the chipping balls, so he's always tried new things. I always thought he was a little too stiff-wristed when it came to his short game. And if in every like most sport, every sport has this touch part of it, and your wrists are a big component of that. Let's say, for example, badminton. If you wanted to hit a drop shot, you would use soft wrists to hit that drop shot, and same thing would be in tennis, and it would be soft wrists in cricket to just take that quick one run. Golf equivalent to those shots is chipping, so you need to be soft in this, and the wrists need to have a very soft movement to it. Yeah.
Oh, he's peppering the flag sticks early on, is Arjun Sharma.
He's got off to a good start today. He's birdied number
Number 2, and then
2, and he's hit it close on number 3.
looks to replicate that on hole number 3. So coming out guns a-blazing. Lots of left-handers in the final few groups. That's another side that we haven't quite seen. I think they would.
I think equipment wasn't available when we grew up left-handed.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot more left-handed players come through.
Some of us who were left-handed played right-handed because the equipment was not available. Karthik with his approach on number 2.
Not bad.
Yeah, these pins are going to be in the corners today, and you need to fire it. You will miss a few on the fringes, it's fine.
and he'll be able to utilize the one club length away from the flag and take a preferred lie, so he can try and use that to
His
his
advantage where he gets the best line from Angat with his birdie putt on number 2. Angat already having birdie number 1. This would be like, this is for a birdie start and just underread it a bit. Yeah, you can see that he's probably chose, the line was a hair too little. Amar with his finish up putt on number 2. Aman Raj with his approach into number 3, getting it close. Aman, having parred the first 2 holes, would love to see himself go into red numbers. So our leaders, as of now, are at 18 under, and the chasing pack have actually gone off to a good start. All 3, Amardeep, Angad, and Arjun, have birdied 1 hole already. Shoryabino sizing up his birdie putt on number 1. I don't think this one moves that much though, because grain being right to left, and it's a bit of left to right slope in it, so pretty straight putt. Let's see if he's read it correctly. Meanwhile, Udyan Mane with his approach. All 3 good approaches into number 5. Udyan playing alongside Sanit and Karan Pratap Singh.
So 3 good golf shots. Amit, are prospects at the Olympics over, and is the final tally going to remain 6, or there are still more players in the fray?
I'm not sure about that, but I saw the end of the ladies golf yesterday. Lydia Ko coming up on top, and she says this is her last Olympics. I'm not sure what's happening with our appeal with our wrestler.
I think that's going to take some time. I believe that's only going to be announced at the end of the Olympics,
which is today.
So I think we do. The previous edition we had 7.
Yeah, but I think we had an overall better performance.
Yeah, quite a few quarterfinalists, semi-finalists, and people actually getting there. The overall contingent has performed a lot better.
Yeah, and the gold medal tally is the indicator of the position of the country, but some of the countries just play for that one gold medal.
Oh, what a shot right there! That looked really good in the air. That's right in the flagstick.
Yeah.
If we can have a replay on that, you'll see that wasn't too far from
Yeah,
going
it
in the
was.
hole.
It was about 6 inches from the hole when it landed. He swings it well, Reed. So, and I told, like I said earlier, I don't see him having any big misses today. And Veer, Shaurya, and Aryan birding the first hole. So he's moved to 16. The chasing pack have made up a stroke. So just two adrift now of our leaders, Shaurya Binu and Veer Ganpati. Perfect scoring conditions today. Hardly or no wind. Perfect temperature for golf. This is the trio of Udayan, Mane, Karan Pratap Singh, and Sanit Bishnoi playing number 4. Oh, that was tantalizingly close. Mr. thought he had it, was down grain as well. I don't know how that ball has not fallen in. Everybody's surprised.
You know, we were speaking about that story that you told us about Amit Luthra. I had something similar happen to myself in a professional tournament in KGA back in the day. I think I had one of my better finishes on tour. I was third after 2 days, and I was playing the second leader group on the penultimate day. And the eighth hole, if you remember that par 3, that one with
Yeah,
the
yeah.
steep green and the water. So I hit a shot which is about 25 feet beyond the flag, but it was on a ledge,
Okay.
and the flag was towards the front left, and the ball would just not stay. We tried to keep it in like 2-3 spots, so the referees came. So he said, "You leave it now. Wherever it rolls." I don't know if that was the correct rule. I left it, and it almost went in the hole. So I had a given birdie putt. So I don't know if I don't know who was the referee, but I tried to keep it. It wouldn't. That's a great putt.
Good putt by Sanit there.
So it wouldn't come to rest anywhere, and believe you me, Amit, that almost lipped out. And I had for which would have been the strangest hole in one, I believe. But my playing partners, I remember they were quite remiss. They said, "This just can't be right. You're 25 feet, and now you have a birdie. Like, how did
I
that
think
work?"
the ruling is that you have to place it to a point where it does come, closest point where it does come to rest then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he said you leave it at rest and then you move. So I kept it there. I moved off, and then it started moving on its own.
I would love to get that. I'm pretty sure what I'm saying, but we just love our have a conversation with our tournament director on that also.
If you keep the marker down, and if you place the ball and then you pick up the marker.
Yeah, it has to come to rest before you place the. You can't pick the marker up on a moving ball.
Yeah, so if you put it on a slope, if it stays, you remove the marker. Then
Then
it
it's
moves.
fine. Then it's fine. But it has to come to rest before you move that marker, and then it can start moving.
Yes. So if you keep it on a ledge and it stays, you put the marker, you remove the marker, then it starts moving.
Then it's fine.
And
then
it goes in the hole.
Yeah, it's
a hole in one.
Yeah, it's hold out. Yeah.
So yeah, I missed a hole in one.
It came to rest.
Yes.
And then when you moved the marker, then it moved. As did you the marker moving?
Yeah,
or
because
the-
it won't stay anywhere. So eventually it came to a spot where it would stay, but it would bobble and leave. So we kept it somewhere, and then as soon as I removed the marker, it started going
Okay, then
down,
it's fine. Yeah, then it's fine.
and it lipped out.
Yeah, then that's part of the previous stroke.
So that was, I thought that was the greatest birdie that I
You
ever
got the it's called in golfing terms it's called rubber
Rubber
green.
green.
Yeah.
It's rather interesting.
Good lag putt there by Arjun Rupanand on number 2.
But in this case, if we're talking about a ball which is not holed out when the original shot was hit, you've come back, it's not staying in its position because of where it is. It's
Then you have to place it as close as possible where it does come to rest.
So if originally the ball wasn't holed,
And then
but
if
the
you
conditions allowed you the ball started moving due to the wind. After you marked it, it's hold out.
Yeah.
The rules of golf can be rather entangling. If you wait for the players here at hole number 2 after that fantastic shot by Veer. If he can make this putt, that would give him a lot of momentum. That would be the early shot in the arm that he needs. And this looks fairly makeable as well.
Yeah, it's pretty straight. This is the putt that Udayan Mane had and wrapped it 5-6 feet.
Look at
Like I
that.
told you, he's
Look at
putting
that
well.
putt.
He's putting well.
You
He's not
see the
going to.
difference in the way that he hit that putt?
Yeah.
There's something about his composure, the way he stands over a putt.
I was listening to his interview, and this is a course he has played on earlier. He is familiar with the greens, so and he knows how the ball how the ball turns on this green. So he has that. He doesn't need to push the issue that much. He's backing himself and holding a few putts. And now
Doing all the right things and making all the right noises.
yeah, so you could see that he had put a really good green, and Udayan Mane a few moments ago had the same putt, and we saw him hit it 6 feet by. Yeah,
I can definitely say that the difference in the quality of the stroke both of them made was immense.
yeah. I thought Udayan was trying to force the issue. He wanted to make that putt. Shoaib was a really good pass save there, keeping himself in touch with the leader. Leader now is Veer Ganpati, the junior son of former professional golfer. Well, he's still a professional golfer, but he didn't play anymore. Rahul Ganpati. I remember when Rahul first came on. He used to be a guest at my place because we were quite close, and his dad is a really nice human being, very simple human being, and I used to wonder, do they make people that good still? So I was just talking to him yesterday. I said, how's your dad? He says he's good. Dad. Like, something from the past. This is Aman Raj.
That's something that runs through the generations. It's visible, as you said. I've not had the opportunity of interacting with Veer, but he seems like somebody with a stable head on his shoulders, and that's quite difficult in these days. What are the new? These are called the Gen Z, I believe. I'm a millennial.
We used to tease Rahul when she got married. He married Anu Kang. So instead of I said, no, you're not Anu. She's not Anu Ganpati. You're Rahul Kang now.
So is that a north-south love story?
Yeah, but she was working in Bangalore. That's where they met.
All the perfect ingredients coming together.
She's from Gurgaon.
Produce Veer, who's a lovely gentleman, young boy, and playing some resplendent golf. And from one lefty to another,
Karthik Sharma on number 4.
I was about to say Karthik Aryan, but I would say our Karthik Sharma is.
You have to put the Rupa in the middle, though. Then it would still
Karthik
sound
Aryan
good.
is a famous actor. So
Is he? Okay, I'm not very familiar with Bollywood actors that much.
now you have.
No problem for Aman Raj. He has to hit it over the tree. He's used to doing that.
Yeah, this ball just takes off perpendicularly as soon as he hits it. Out of sight. Look at that. It takes off like a flop shot.
Yeah, it's so. But when you hit it like
Look at
that,
that.
you're gonna land it that soft also. Yeah.
What a fantastic shot.
Yeah, I don't think he's seeing the tree also. And Patna is actually closer to you than that and higher.
But being somebody who understands biomechanics and so on and so forth, I'll ask you a question. Well, there's something that has perturbed Arjun a little bit. Let's see if he gathers himself and hits another dart. So he missed that part on hole number 3 after hitting that beautiful approach. Let's see if he can replicate that here now. Seems to have left that a little bit to the right.
Yeah, he likes to draw it. So yeah,
That's good. That's a good shot.
probably the correct place to miss it. Also, he's trying to hit it between this pot and the flag.
And he'll get a confirmed read as well. So.
Yeah, he's going to get some help from Karthik here.
So yeah, look at that beautiful city.
Very historic city. It was the capital of Tipu Sultan's empire, I guess, right?
Oh, sorry, you're asking the wrong guy. As the years fade, so does the memory, my friend. But it does look
Lots
resplendent.
of historic sites here in Mysuru.
Yes, you're right. He was the ruler of Mysore. Very good. I'm rather impressed by you, Amit. You seem to have a very well-rounded base of knowledge about all
I
things
no,
important.
no, it was part of our history. I don't know why I remember it also, but yes, because he was a prolific ruler. He was a big conqueror. So, you remember those kind of rulers. Ashoka, Tipu
Obviously, yes.
Sultan, those are from our history.
So I think it's safe to say that the Magnite will remain.
In Nissan's garage for the time being.
There's no claimants to that throne. No conquerors yet for that car. It stands
You know,
in its own resplendent
you,
beauty.
you know, this is a golf course of hitting your wedges close. From what I've seen, it's almost a long iron off the tee or a hybrid or a 3-wood, not very many driver holes, and then it's your wedges. So it's a golf course where accurate play is going to be rewarded.
You know, it's funny that you say that, but I find it rather surprising. I would have liked to see, and I would have expected a lot of experienced hands here in on the leaderboard. But as I go down, there's not a single player who's in his 40s. God Pratap Singh, I think is maybe just a year older than me. Maybe he's touching 40. I'm not sure. He's 39. Rahil, so you have to go all the way down
17th.
which is really surprising to me because the golf course is.
But there are not many 40-year-olds on tour right now, Shaurya. How many of them? Very few left. It's the
Dying breed. It's
yeah, the
Guinness
demography
Book.
has changed, and rightly so. As times change, things change, and the youth sees this as another profession. In our times, we
It
didn't.
wasn't really.
Yeah,
I think that's the difference. There's
it
been a
was.
seismic shift in perception. It wasn't really accepted as a profession at that point in time. I know it from my personal experience coming from a family of my father was an army man, but my elder brother really set the bar too high for all of us. He was in IIT Delhi, then IIM Ahmedabad. So even though I was
You need to study then.
yeah, even though I was doing well in golf, I said it was always seen as a vocation, and I was always excited about it in social interactions. As the young
Yeah,
guys, but-
being a professional golfer, you were a disruptor in your
Exactly.
family. This is not norm. This is not normal. You should think about it.
No, I think there's a funny point, and I remember, thankfully, I was always connected with my academics as well. And my mother was quite stern on that. She said, nothing doing, you'll have to sail in two boats if you want to play golf. And I remember at social gatherings in our family, they would say that he's doing well. He's won this tournament and he's playing for India. I say, that's fine, but what is he doing? They said he plays golf. No, but what is he doing? So, the burden of expectations of society, sometimes we we do feel it, and that's a very
Sometimes.
real thing.
Yeah, so your generation was maybe one generation, or maybe a generation and a half behind, and my generation was even worse. It was, for me to play golf was. My father has been a sportsman, throughout his life, so he never saw it. And my mom's being his family is eighth gen. She's the eighth generation teacher. So
Let's see if Arjun's being able to go to school on that thought. Let's see if his playing partner was the teacher who gave him the line, and if it was a sponge.
he's a good player. He's gonna get this one in.
Look at that! He just walks it in.
Yeah,
He's-
because on green and on Bermuda greens, the toughest part is getting the line correct.
I'll tell you one thing. I mean, I can feel the spring in his step, and I told you yesterday that he's going to shoot a low number today because yesterday the putts were not.
He'll have to get to 24.
the
This is Tata Steel. And this is an idea. So, what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future, fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
We run through the
See,
gauntlet.
this was misread. He thought it was left and it wasn't. You can see he's disappointed, but it was just a misread actually.
Yes, and misread and a wrong analogy, Miami. What I wanted to say that Arjun is going to throw down the marker and Veer is going to run through the gauntlet.
Yeah.
So,
And Veer is, he's enjoying this whole position he's finding himself, and so you can see from the body language, he's not daunted by it. So let's see how it unfolds.
yeah, Karthik ready to fire.
Good chipping action there. See how he's used.
Another one of those very good stock of young players. I was expecting a lot more this year from our Olympic contingent as far as trying to threaten for a medal. Obviously, it was a little underwhelming by both the boys and the girls this time, given their pedigree, especially.
It's also, having Anirban going to live has not been very, he's a good player. I feel like he should have been part of the contingent. Yeah, unfortunately, it is what it is, and he chose his path, and which has not led him to play the Olympics this time. But he's in good form, so it would have been a different ball game if he was playing.
Yeah, I think that's a discussion that obviously has and that's a controversy in golf at this point in time is the world ranking points and so on. So you have somebody like
Yeah.
Bryson DeChambeau
He didn't play,
who is
yeah.
not in the Olympics is unfathomable.
So it's that time in golf where things are changing, I would say, and let's see how it works out. But let's see. This is our overnight co-leader Shaurya Binu with his birdie putt on number 3. The short par 4.
I think that's a good fair distance. It's about 35 feet and then some.
Looks like he might have found trouble of the tee because this is it's a short wedge in after your tee shot. Really good lag putt there. Really good judgment of speed. So you can see his nerves are intact. Lag putting is the first thing that gets affected under pressure. And Veer has got a good sense of the speed. He knows the line. This is almost like his home course. So, there's a good idea of how fast this or slow this green is. Looks like this caddy also has a very good idea of the line. You can see from a caddy's body language on how good a line reader he
And
is.
what I'm really liking about this, what he's done, he's given him an intermittent point which is just a little past the ball.
Yeah.
Normally, you see caddies tend to give you a point near the hole, which doesn't quite make sense.
Yeah, because you don't know where to
Yeah,
start it. The
exactly.
starting line has to be very
So
correct.
this shows you that he's a really experienced hand. After a long time, I'm seeing a caddy giving a player a point right beyond the ball where you actually need a point.
Yes,
You
absolutely.
don't quite need it near the hole. So
It helps in the whole alignment process, which is very important if you were to want to hold it.
seems like he started it exactly where the caddy pointed.
Yeah, just a little too much steam. Yeah, always got himself some work left. Shaurya
That's
is.
surprising.
Yeah,
A little too aggressive on that one.
Holding a putt is marrying the speed to the line you've chosen. Let's see how his nerves hold up there and how his caddy's line reading skills are. Another good thing I saw, he was in the second round. He got off to a really slow start. He was 1 over after 7 or 6 holes, and he came back with 2 or 3 under. Shows that he kept his calm.
My thought about this part that it's a really difficult part because the first one was down green. This is going to be into the green and breaking a little left or right. Probably the toughest part to make as a return putt. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a knee knocker for sure.
You really have to keep it inside the hole, and it has to be firm.
Yeah, you need to keep the pace up. Let's see if you can keep the pace up. Yes, he
Look
did.
at that. That
shows
shows
that
that he's really on top. He didn't take too much time.
Yeah.
Somebody like myself, I would have gone to sleep on that one after the first one going by. I would have tried to factor in that I can't miss this one. I hit it too far, analyze the line, but he kept it there. He did what had to be done. So
Yeah, so
kudos to him.
sure, yeah,
Sorry,
any
Uncle.
decision is worse than a bad decision in golf. So sometimes you just need to make your decision and just stick to it.
He definitely did on that front and very assertive. I like that he knew he had to hit it firm.
Yeah. You can see this gallery is gonna grow as the day progresses. These are 3 local lads.
And having a look at some of the other players out of the golf course. 3 under par. Gaurav Pratap Singh climbing up the leaderboard. Rahil Ganji 3 under par. Then you have back nine not yielding so many low numbers as it was yesterday. So it seems that has something to do with the flag pin positions today.
Also, the people who have teed off on the back nine are not as much as in form as the one in the front nine. So
Of course, that does play a factor. But if you look at it, everybody's in form. Even the players who teed off on the back nine are 8, 9 under pars. There are not many shots lit figuratively separating the leader from those players. So a little bit of both, actually.
Well, not doubting anybody's capability or this. Form is varying from week to week. So some people who are, and this is it's a wedge and it's your putting prowess tested out here because almost everybody is going to hit the same number of greens in regulation.
With that pause right on top, Amardeep Matsuyama.
There's a whole saying behind this. It's the best way to get your sequencing correct. This pause on top. So if you're a golfer and you have really big timing issues, this is a good way to practice pausing on top. But coming back to timing, there's a saying behind this whole pause process also. Golf was invented in Scotland. So it's a Scottish game, right? So what does a Scot do if he goes to a bar, buys himself a pint of beer, which costs £4.90, and he gives the bartender £5? What does a Scot do after that?
Probably give him a tip.
No, Scots are very stingy by nature. He's going to wait for the change.
Okay.
So this is a Scottish game. So when you go on top, you need to wait for the change. You can't hurry it.
I love how you married the two together. You do have a penchant for storytelling, Amit.
So he is waiting for the change for a long time on top, making sure. And he used to be a year ago. He was so quick, and his backswing was probably the shortest on tour. Amar's.
Yes.
Very quick hands. Very the body was not as not being used as much as arms. It was more arm speed in his golf swing, and he's changed that. And this is a big change, I can tell you. In this time of his career, this is a huge change. But he stuck to it, and if you stick to it for long enough, it starts working. As long as you believe in it, and it's somebody can prove it to you that this is going to work, keeping the physics and geometry of the golf swing in mind. You're playing lift and place, yeah. Well, Angad with a very straightforward chip, one that he's looking to make. He's really improved his short game over the break. He used to struggle with his chipping earlier. Yeah, good technique there, hitting his landing spot. Running out a bit more than he expected, I guess. Our solo leader at this point, Veer Ganpati, the junior. He's birdied number 2 and stands at 19 under. Amardeep, this is something he has not done for a long time, I can tell you. Chip it in. So I think this cack-handed, that's when you're, as a right-hander, when your left hand is below your right, it's called the cack-handed grip in golfing terminology. He's working. He's just made his first chip in, I guess, ever since we started telecast.
Yeah, and I can't quite recall him making it in previous tournaments either. So it seems like that change of technique could well be change of fortune.
Yeah. So, 2 good chips. Pukraj, just a bit heavy handing his putt. See how Pukraj is doing today. He's been all pass so far.
Nice, slow and steady start for
Must be
Pukraj.
getting a little edgy now. He feels like he needs to get a move on. You can see everybody making birdies. Aryan Rupanand making his second birdie on number 3, moving to 17 under, 2 shots behind our leader, Veer Ganpati, sharing that position with Arjun Sharma, tied for third currently. Angad, after his chip, we saw this part being, I guess the angle was a little different from being misread by Aman Raj. Let's see if we can read this one correctly. Sachin Basoya, the fast starter on the front 9 today, is 3 under through his first 7 holes. Say left in, keep the speed up, Angad. Yeah, well done.
That was a very assertive, firm putt by him. Now, Pukraj. There's something very. I was about to forget the name of that player who's a contemporary of Bryson, who's won 5 majors. I forget his name. The long hitter, who's won 5 majors. Bryson, or who's also on live.
Dustin Johnson.
No, not Dustin Johnson. The one where there was a feud between Bryson and Brooks Koepka.
Brooks
There's something
Koepka.
very Brooks Koepka-ish about Pukraj.
Yeah, little macho.
Yeah, it's got that same, machismo going on and same sort of brutal strength and devil may care kind of attitude.
Yeah.
He definitely has it in him to be the next superstar.
Yeah, good confidence stroke. I think that's the big difference between him maybe a year ago and now. His putting. He used to be very, I would say, skeptical about the putts he was hitting. He was not sure, but he looks super confident right now.
There you have
Amardeep having birdie number 4 with that chip.
There you have a lean, mean birdie machine. Angachima. Amardeep there. With a hammer on, with Thor's hammer on his right sleeve as he's given the moniker MC Hammer, based after that famous song by that singer where it says something like, "You can't touch this."
MC Hammer. He was Whitney Houston's husband, yes.
I didn't know that, Amit. You're the man for all sort of trivia. I never knew that
And, you know,
Whitney
we had
Houston
this-
married MC Hammer.
Yeah.
You serious?
Yeah, and that you can
Did
touch
that
this.
last?
You can touch this was his song and give it away, give it away, give it away now.
Give It Away,
yeah,
Give It
yeah,
Away.
that was also his, and it didn't last very long.
I
I
would
can tell
think
you
that,
that.
being married to somebody like MC Hammer. Oh, there.
And but we had that terminology coming up from that singer on our, especially when we played on tour. If we missed the cut, we hammered.
Yeah,
You know,
it's been
so,
an MC Hammer.
Yeah, so miscut MC, same thing. So it went from MC Hammer to just Hammer, and then that's how it stands right now. I don't know if they still use it though.
But that's beautiful etymology of how that term has been, taken by the professional golfers.
Probably.
And it would be same across the board. Even on the PGA Tour, you hear players normally saying, "I MC hammered."
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
it's funny how social lexicon sometimes comes from pop culture.
Absolutely. You can see a nice dog leg. The fairway's been cut. I like this little bit link style, but the hazard is a little.
The racetrack looks.
The driving range looks like it promotes a left to right ball flight.
We can also see a stallion there, and maybe going through the paces, getting ready for some race or the other.
Yeah,
Are they called Grand Prix there, if I'm not wrong?
yes, they are. Yeah. The biggest horse breeder is actually Indian.
Got it.
Yeah, he has over 5,000 horses in his stable. M.A.M. Ramaswamy, the king of Chettinad.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's in Chennai. His stables are in Chennai.
I remember
So there's horse racing in Bangalore, Mysore, Ooty, Chennai.
Yeah, I have good memories of my time when my father was posted in Ahmednagar. He took all of us to Pune, and I remember my mother was really remiss because he put a lot of money on the races in Pune, and I remember that we were none too happy with his choices, and somehow his horses kept on losing the race, and there was a big argument about that. So eventually, I think he tried to wane off, or if he did do something, we didn't quite know about that. Good old days.
Yeah, Shorty Binu just missing the green on number 4. We saw this one. It actually rolls out a little more than you think it will. We saw Angad come hitting it really well, but leaving himself like a good 5-footer earlier on.
You know, you were talking about the breeding of horses, and I remember one of the first books I read was Seabiscuit.
Oh, it's a good movie though.
And the book is just, it can make you cry.
Yeah,
fantastic.
it was three people.
This part looks quite makeable. There's something about this part. It seems like if you just get it till there.
Yeah, you just need to get enough line. You see how much of grain there is from right to left. I knew that he had just underbored a little bit. Rahul has said he has a very makeable birdie part. My apologies, Veer. Your father has been known to me far longer than you.
What about the younger son? How
Jashan,
is he?
Jashan.
Jashan?
He's a good player.
He's a left-handed player, or is he?
He's right-handed. He's right-handed. It's a little more flamboyant. This one is more, you know, very low-key. That guy is high-key. Very different.
I think more stable and serious, and the other one.
No, he's
the
also
younger
serious, but he's flamboyant.
The younger ones are always like that. I think the elder brothers, the elder sibling is always a little more stable, and that looks good all the way.
You see, Aman Raj missed it the same way.
But that was a good part.
He also hit it out to the left and didn't come back.
Yeah, that was a good part. Sort of a double breaker for him.
I thought he might have peaked a bit early on that. If you get a replay on that part, you'll see him just peaking a bit.
I think coming back to the thing, I think the younger siblings also always get a little more liberty and how to express themselves. The elder ones have to carry the burden somehow.
Not saying that he's he's a great kid. He comes and they play my US Kids Junior tournaments.
Good ball striker as well.
Good. He won that tournament, and he's been doing well in the IGU South tournaments. Jashan.
And both of them being coached by the father. I'm thinking that goes without saying.
Yeah, of course. And he's since Rahul knows what is required to play pro golf. There's no haziness as far as direction is concerned. And he also knows that they're very well grounded. They know where they are right now, and they know fallacies in their head about where they stand.
It's not the easiest thing to coach your own wards, but if Mr. Williams could do it, maybe Rahul is onto something great as well. With the Williams sisters, maybe the Ganpati brothers could carve out the next biggest story in sport.
Yeah, you never know, man. They're in the right direction. He's doing well. Yeah, both kids playing good. I'm sure Rahul's doing a good job. Bangalore has a lot of good youngsters, and it's got good. The weather is a big part of that. The weather is so good throughout the year in Bangalore. It's so much easier to put in some good time on the range and on the course. See, I'm not sure if is that where the ball has to go from or has to start. See, that was the good part
Yeah.
about the read that.
Weird
Yeah.
man tried to give him. I think that's such a big thing. You're giving a player a point right at the end,
Yeah.
but how you gonna get? Where do you have to traverse from to get till there?
Yeah.
Whenever I'm playing around and I have somebody on my bag and they give me a line, I'm always thinking, where do I start it from? You're giving me a point at the end, but there has to be a point where I have to go from. So that's so important. That's the difference between, I think, a brilliant caddy and a good caddy.
Yeah, that starting line is the one that you need to be more.
That's a good part.
So you can see that he started where he was aiming. And that, he had to come from there. That means the starting point was further right. The greens are a little faster than yesterday. It looks like it. A lot of people are, hitting it past the whole tray. You can see how these greens are shaped. They're all turtleback greens. Half the golf course is parkland, half is links. Once you come into the racetrack, it becomes more of a links. You can see the wind's coming up a bit now. So that should make it a bit more exciting. Subhash Tamang, 3 under through his first 9, 15 under now. The reigning All India Amateur Champion from Nepal. Now leading foreigner as of right now. Stepan Danek also doing well today. He's 3 under through his first 11 holes.
Very nice, consistent ball striker, Stefan Danek. Seeing him on the range, he has a very good pattern.
Consistency is the name of the game, Shaurya. It's you need to be able to repeat what you do, and it's also a game of misses where you make sure that you don't miss big. So these two aspects.
Or if you do, then you're like Sevi. You gotta be a magician.
You should have a short game to back it up, the misses. And so, short game is your insurance policy. This is your business. Arjun Sharma with a lengthy birdie putt. Keeps his hands quite upright. Almost has the heel of the putter off the ground. Stands a bit further than usual, I would say. Shaurya?
Yeah, seems has really hit his best putt. He does tend to have really upright putter.
Putting is very individualistic. As long as you can, get that ball starting online at the correct speed, you're going to hold it. But having said that, the technique should be consistent enough as well. It's the more permutations you put in, and that aspect becomes more difficult to do, starting it correctly at the right speed. And for that, I think having a good setup really helps. Where your alignments and the way your hands are hanging and all those
I have a
things.
question regarding the same. That I think I had my best putting when I was an amateur, and I used to almost line up like Jack Nicklaus with a very open setup, narrow on the feet, and just closer to the ball. And obviously, the older you get, you try to get conventional, and it's never felt the same. That felt very natural. Is there a way why players of the yesteryear used to putt a lot like that, open, a little crouched over,
The open with
like
your
Mukesh
feet.
as well?
Open with your feet is fine, as your shoulders need to be square to your target line. Feet are not, your arms are not attached to your legs, it's attached to your trunk. So your putter is going to follow that your shoulder alignment. Your arm alignment. So if you're standing square and your arms are not aligned it's more important to get your shoulder and arm alignment correct, and of course your putter. Feet are not that important as far as putting is concerned.
But then, wouldn't it be a lot more easier to align the shoulders, or is it just that if your feet are open, you feel a lot more comfortable, but then you have to align your shoulders, so you're looking at two different set of lines when you're putting, or is it better just have everything aligned?
Yeah, see, these three alignments are really they're imperatives. The putter, and then the arms, and the shoulders. If we always as human beings, no two sides are exactly equal. As far as strength is concerned, as far as flexibility is concerned, though we want it to be. So, at maybe at some position, when you opened your stance, you felt more balance. That's why you were more comfortable.
Okay.
So it's one part of your body is always going to be a little weaker. One side, sorry, would be there, or one, and even halves are not equal. So in front and back is not equal. You want it to be. You need to work out according to getting all this matching up. But Arjun cleaning up for his par on number 6.
अगरबत्ती देना दादी माँ।
साइकिल क्या?
अगरबत्ती।
साइकिल?
अगरबत्ती।
अगरबत्ती यानी साइकिल बच्चे।
अगरबत्ती बोले तो साइकिल। अगरबत्ती बोले तो साइकिल।
Number 5 coming from the left side of the fairway. Coming up a bit short there. You can see Veer has found the putting surface pretty close to the flag again. Walking in the shade, making sure he doesn't use too much energy. Aryan Rupa Anand from the right side of the fairway. This is a golf course you would love to play when it's not a tournament. Take your driver and hit it down as far as you can on every hole,
Yeah, I
right?
think this makes for a great match play
Yeah.
or just a fun four ball sort of a golf course where you can take on a lot of risk and make a ton of birdies.
Yeah, so Aryan Rupa Anand hitting it in close there. Shaurya Binu coming up a bit short. He's birdie less so far. The chasing pack are catching up a bit, Shaurya.
Yeah, I said it's not going to be easy because there's so many players in within a shot, and they've gotten off to a hot start. And Shaurya Binu and Ved Ganpati, Ved 1 under, and Shaurya par through 4. But you look at Karan Pratap Singh 3 under, and then there are a bunch of 2 and 3 unders right behind them. Arjun Sharma, who I predict is going to shoot a low number today, he's at 2 under through 5. So it's definitely going to be raining birdies today.
Yeah, I think it will go to 24. So 24 is like the golden number. You get there, you'll most likely win. And 23, you might win, but
At 23, you might be living on the edge.
yes.
That's a
A
good
lot
shot.
of people coming up short on that hole, on the par 3 sixth hole. You cross from into the racetrack. On the tee, Pukrat Singhil, he's birdie free as well. He's had 5 pars to start with. You'll have to get one in close now. Our version of Brooks Koepka, you said?
Yes, absolutely. I think, if anything, I think he might be physically stronger than Brooks Koepka, and that's not an exaggeration.
Brooks Koepka is a really strong person, I can tell you.
Have you ever played a round of golf with Pukraj? And Pukraj always says you eulogize too much about my strength. I said I've not. I told him, my retort to him is that I've never seen a ball being carried that far with a fade. So, it's something that I've played golf for a long time, but in my life, I've never seen a ball which goes that high with a driver. The apex is so high, still it carries about 315 yards in the air. So, I said, you have something that I've not quite witnessed from other players.
Yeah, distance is always a big advantage in golf, but controlling distance is also very important. You are going to hit a bunch of smaller shots, which you need to hit close. Don't need to hit them far. And I've generally seen people who hit enormous distances struggle at this aspect of golf.
And that's why they say sport is a great equalizer. Otherwise, you'd have the likes of players who only carry at 260, 275. They'd all be eliminated, but that's not the case. So, thankfully, golf allows you that other facets in which you can.
Yeah, so I think
I look at that car. No claimant yet. And this week, she's this car is going to be the bridesmaid. So, not your time yet.
yeah, she's going to go back to where she was parked earlier. Veer with his birdie putt, burning the edge. So looked really good to him. The good thing is he's not leaving anything short. He's not getting nervous. He's still giving it its
Yeah, no
fair
butterflies
share.
for him.
Yeah, maybe just a little too firm for the line he chose. But nevertheless, it's a confident miss. If you were to miss, this is what you would want, how you would want to miss it. Aryan with his birdie putt on number 5. Looks like the grain has got everybody fooled right now. Reed with his return putt.
Yeah, mere formality there for him. You seem to know Rahul quite well, and so do you know? Does he make them play other sports as well when he was developing them? And was that part of their training, or has it only been one-dimensional with golf?
No, they played other sport. They've been playing other sport in the school. But what I know that Rahul has done is they didn't venture out and do the whole IGU circuit till last year. They said he made them get their game solid in the south zone, as they would call it. So they've just ventured
Another look
out.
at that red beauty, ravishing red.
So they haven't played up north that much till this last year, when the first time they ventured out, because he said, first they have to have the game to go and play, which is probably the right way to do things. When you have the game, then go test it out, and then you know where it stands, and then you improve from there. But yeah, they've played all their junior golf down south, and now they've finally ventured up north. They came last year up to Delhi to play. Everybody coming up way short, again, giving too much, giving the flag, the pin position a lot of respect. It seems to be at the extreme back of the green, playing a bit downwind, so expecting the ball to come up a little further up. And so for our viewers, when the wind is from behind, though it helps the ball go further, it also pushes it down faster.
Yes.
So, your trajectory gets a bit lower in downwind.
It's not the easiest part to get it all the way till there, no? You can see the wind is picking up, so that's going to
Yeah.
add an element of difficulty on the final day. And somehow the golfing gods always save the most difficult conditions for the final day. The wind is always up, the greens get a little faster, the players are a little fatigued when it comes to the final day, even mentally
And you
fatigued.
see the greens are a bit faster than yesterday. You can see nobody leaving the putt short.
Yeah, good part by Young. The wind has done that. It's dried down the greens a little bit, and the pin positions as well. If you see this, there's not much space behind.
Kshitij now with call on your screen. Playing alongside Manu Gandas and Varun Parik. Varun 1 under today, Manu Gandas 2 under at 10 under and 11 under respectively. Ryan Ganji having the low round today. He's 4 under through his first 11 holes.
They see a lot of preparation going on for that part.
Yeah, he's left himself a lot of work for par, Pukraj.
Back in the day, players, I remember Kunal Bhasin used to do it. He used to have this device and this book and really mapping out the greens, writing things down.
You're not allowed to map greens anymore. You can't. That's not permitted in the rules of golf anymore. So that's something that the USGA changed. But that used to make green reading really easy.
So when you were mapping things out, what were you doing in essence, which you're not allowed now? If you can elaborate on that a
The
little more.
the extent of the slope in degrees and how much of slope there is. You have that that bubble meter with the digital one. So you say every part of the green, say, okay, this is so much this way, whatever it is. So the slope is read to perfection, and then the grain also.
See, you jabbed at that one a little bit.
Yeah, left himself a little too much work there. The first part was the culprit. On strokes gained, he after the first part he would have lost maybe 0.4, and the second one not that much because that the whole percentage from 8%, 10 feet is probably 30%, 40%.
Yes, so coming back to not being able to map the green. So there was a device which will give you, so each quadrant you'll know how much is the slope. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
So when you're on the green, you can just see which quadrant you are in.
Yeah, and you know exactly how much that extent of that slope is. So now you have these. Let's watch Angad part first. He's got a good read on that though. Very similar, on almost the same line as Pokraj. Yeah, see, it's always an advantage putting second, especially when you doubt the line. That's our tournament director Sampath Chari on his golf cart, maybe trying to push these guys. They seem to be a bit behind time
I'm not quite certain how that has happened. All these players are rather quick, to be honest.
because our leaders have been waiting on the tee for a bit.
I think maybe we misconstrued it. The referee's just gone for a phone call. He's not really following that group because these players are really brisk. I know Pukraj, Angachima, they're all pretty quick.
Shivendra Sisodia on our screen. Shivendra 1 over today, 9 under for the tournament. Udyan Mane on the first par 5 on the course, the ninth hole.
Udil Mani can really bludgeon that golf ball.
He's a big guy. I like his very neutral, everything very orthodox.
Yeah, what I was a little confused by as we looked at shot that it's not really gone where he would have liked to. That his career didn't quite take off after making his bid for the Olympics. I thought that would be catapult him to greater things, given the fact that he was so young and qualified for the Olympics, such a prestigious thing, and um, didn't really venture abroad that much. Or I'm not sure if he didn't earn his card
I
or.
think he lost his game a bit for a bit, so he didn't go back out. He's back to playing well. He's had a few good finishes, in recent times. So there's, you can see there's a little bit of upward trending there. You can see the greens have a little faster, fooling the pros today a bit.
And for those of you who are joining us on this lovely Sunday morning, it's pretty overcast no matter where you are. A little bit of rain. The temperatures are nice and cool. Ideal playing conditions for the players here in Mysuru. We bring to you the final day of this championship, the Mysuru Open 2024, hosted by JWGC, Jaicham Raja Vadiar Golf Club, and associate partner Cycle Pure Agarbatti. The inaugural event has seen some low scores and some fantastic golf all around. This is the 14th tournament on the Professional Golf Tour of India calendar. The tour has come back after the customary summer break. So the players get some time to sharpen their tools and their skills. And you can see that's evidenced in the low cut. The cut this week was the lowest at 4 under par. A daunting task indeed to survive. Just to make the weekend, you need to shoot 4 under par. So you can well imagine what the standard of golf here is on the Professional Golf Tour of India. And a lot of that also is down to the fact that you have official world ranking points now on the PGTI. Since quite a few years, the PGTI has strategic partnerships with the PGA Tour and the DP World Tour. So it's truly international. Our numero uno at the end of the year gets to play on the DP World Tour, which Aman Raj has done, and currently Om Prakash Chauhan are doing. So the sky's the limit if you can play good golf in India. Now the prize purses have really ballooned this year, and that's thanks to the hard work that is done by the team and also all the associates, and of course our umbrella sponsor Tata Steel, which does so much not just for the development of the nation, but development of sport, which is a backbone of any nation. And talking about sport, we'll be just in the Olympic season where our athletes have done so well. As we have a look at Veer chipping against the grain, my apology. And that was a difficult shot. Whenever you have grass growing against you and not much green to work with, that
You just you see that when he was on a uphill lie, and generally when you want to have that lie, you need to get your shoulders parallel to the slope. And just shoulders were a little too square. And it just has a result a little excessive downward strike. Left himself a little more work than he would have desired for par. Shaurya Bino with his birdie attempt on number 6, the par 3. We've seen a lot of balls raced by the hole, not Shaurya's. He's
that's an
judged
exception this time.
the speed quite well. Third member of this group, Aryan Rupa Anand. The soft green is very makeable, Shaurya. Very flat putt, not much in it. Aryan 2 under today, 17 under for the tournament, 2 shots adrift of our leader Veer Ganpati.
This is the 14th event, and post this week, the players head to Coimbatore for the Coimbatore Open 2024, then off to Chennai. Then the India Legends Championship hosted by G. Milka Singh. That's for PGTI and the Legends Tour. That's a big event, but open for players only 50 and above, and very difficult to qualify for that. And then you have Telangana Golconda Master in September, the Vizag Open, then J&K Haryana Open, the Pune Open, Jaipur Open, Indian Oil Servo Masters in Digboy, where Veer's father carded a 12 under par as he tries to make par here. This is a similar putt to the one that he hole here. He'll have to hit this firm again. It'll break from his right to left. He's ready on song, isn't he? These are not the easiest of putts. Against the grain, left to right for left-handed players are difficult putts, but he's making them look easy, isn't he?
So these 3 all hail from Bangalore. Veer's father previously they shifted from Mysuru to Bangalore because of Rahul's golf. Because Mysore didn't have the competition that Rahul needed to feel and be part of. And at that time, the golf course was also not very well developed in Mysuru. So the Shaurya Bino and Aryan Anand work with Tarun Sardesai, who's another coach, also good friend. He's there when Rahul is. So it's a very healthy competitive environment out there. The beautiful city of Mysuru has been one of the most historic cities in our country. It's the capital of Tipu Sultan's empire, and we're giving you live coverage of the final rounds play of the Mysuru Open 2024, hosted by JWGC from the Jayachamaraja Vadiyar Golf Club in Mysuru. This is the inaugural Mysuru Open, and we have a solo leader as of now. The lead held by Veer Ganpati, presently at 19 under. We are one third through our final day's coverage. Things are heating up. The chasing back is getting closer. Let's see how this unfolds, Shaurya.
Yeah, this is indeed going to be a fiercely fought battle. You always see that in golf courses like this where players get bunched up because it is a relatively easy golf course, and you see that the margins are very fine here. And one of the things is that on a golf course like this, even shorter hitters get chances. So it makes it a lot more interesting for the viewers. But um, specifically speaking, for the pure fantastic ball strikers, their advantage is somewhat negated here. They're not able to separate themselves from the field.
It's a game where I think this is a golf course where good wedge play and putting is rewarded. If your wedge play is good, because you're getting so many wedge shots, different yardages to different pin position, and these are small targets. You need to be super accurate with your wedges.
Now, talking about cars, I remember that he won a car when he won that Grant Thornton Couple the Invitational.
Yeah, and he's got this one in close, so that's going to take him to 18, just one shot adrift.
It's becoming interesting. They are piling all the heat onto the leaders.
Both these boys, Sanit and Karan, were right in the thick of things in that Grand Thornton event. Sanit had the lead, remember, for the largest part of the tournament, and we thought he was going to, take it away, and then, the wheels came off quite rapidly. We had suddenly Karan found himself two shots ahead. Sanit. One under today.
It's pretty aggressive chip shot from him.
I think when you're chipping into the grain, you always have it's always in the back of your mind that you need to give it enough steam. You can see how they've grown the rough, they've narrowed down the fairways. Though it's a vast piece of land with hardly any obstacles. It's this part of the golf course plays more like a links golf course compared to the first five holes. This from the sixth onwards, it's links, and sixth is, I believe, the toughest hole on the golf course. It's a longish par three, and has water on both sides.
Yeah, the sixth place to a yardage of 175 yards, but it's more about the hazards around it.
Udian Mane, not sure if he's there in two or three. He's just given it a bit of steam again. He's not got his space.
Yeah, putting with the wind, it always makes it a little bit more difficult.
I don't think he's got his pace dialed in today because you saw him do his a similar distance pass on number two.
Yeah, and this is going to be a tough putt coming back because he's putting into the wind and into the grain as well. So let's see how he copes up with that. I always feel that when you're putting into the grain, the ball tends to bob up a lot more. So, what's the perfect technique? Do you forward press more, or how do you ensure that you get a good roll when you're putting on grainy greens?
Well, you need an X amount of loft on your putter at impact to make sure it doesn't wobble up and down. So you don't want to hit it down or up. You just do the same thing. If anything, you might want to get the ball position a little further up so it just comes out a bit. You know, it just comes out of because if you look through a microscope, the ball is actually sitting in. And that's why putters have 3 to 4 degrees of loft. They need that much of loft for it to come out of that place where they're sitting.
Okay.
Is sitting into the grass a bit. So when the grain is against, I guess if you want that to come out a little bit higher than normal, the easiest thing would be to just get the ball position up more towards your lead foot. Sanit with his birdie putt on number 9. Good roll on that, Shaurya. Yeah, really good roll. Good putt by Sanit. That's now should take him to 16 under for the tournament. 3 shots back. And Reed is not doing much right now, so people are catching up. This is getting tighter by the minute.
But he seems to be in good nick, so I'm pretty certain the stretch between 7 to 15, he can make quite a few birdies. Yes, but he's going to feel the pressure with that chasing lot right in his rear view mirror.
Yeah. I know Karan with that short birdie putt is going to take himself to 18 under, and he knows how to finish tournaments. He always finishes strong.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And talking about finishing strong, we have Rahul Ganji, who is 5 under par through 12 holes today. He's reached 15 under par. Then you have Stefan Danek, 4 under for the day. 4 under for Yuvraj Singh as well. Then you have Jamal Hussain, 2 under par. You have Sachin Besoya, 3 under par.
He's good. He's good with his return putts today. Again, he's had
His,
a lot of
his,
work left after his first on both occasions that we've seen.
yeah, his tempo on the return putts has been good.
Should keep the same mindset on the first putt, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Karan Pratap should what looks to be like 3 feet straight up the hill for birdie on number 9. This will take him within 1 of the lead. Yeah, well done, young man. So things are heating up on top. That's the group of Arjun Sharma playing number 9. He's 2 under today and 17 under for the tournament. Playing
Well,
alongside.
truly in the midst. Angachima with that cart in the background, the referee. I think you're right. The referee is indeed keeping a close eye, and he's asking for the referee. I think somebody's called for the referee. That's Amardeep. Maybe asking for the
Sabta
ball.
Talwar is, got it going again today. He shot 61 yesterday, matched Veer's low round.
I have played with Saptak, and he tends to have a really heavy hit on the ball as Saptak. He's again one of those long hitters who carries about 290, but has a very good hit and a lot of compression on the ball, does he? Angachima. Let's see if his short game is up to the mark here.
Nice, good, give it a lot of air, which is
Yeah,
good.
I'm surprised you're right. I think he has really turned a leaf
Yeah.
with his short game. I can't imagine him hitting that shot in years past. He gave that so much airtime, and that was a very short shot, but he still gave it a lot of loft. So that's a very difficult shot, my dear ladies and gentlemen. That looks a lot easier than it is. It was a very difficult shot. Amardeep Malik.
Also,
also
just
good
missed
shot,
his
but
mark by a yard. I guess he wanted to land it on the green.
Angachima has certainly worked on that short game because that ball came, popped up and was as soft.
Raj Singhil, the third member of this group. I think this looks like a really short par four. They're very much next to the green with their drive.
Look at that shot. Perfect execution. Yeah, the eighth hole is a par 3, measuring at 231 yards.
Oh, so it's these. Everybody's come up short on the par three. Yeah, it looks like it's the green is sloping away from the tee box from the looks of things. At 231, and the size of greens that they have out here, it's almost like it's not the flag is on the fairway somewhere. This is one of those holes that you say, okay, this is the only hole that which is like a par hole. This and number 6, so these are two good holes to be okay with just making par there. Pukraj Singhil, just it's good that he came back with a birdie right after that bogey on number 6.
Pokraj called Pookie by his friends.
Yeah, by his dad also.
Pookie with this putt which spray a little from his right. Won't be an issue getting it there. Seems to be with the grain.
Yeah, good stroke also. Just misread it a bit. Nothing has changed. Is in earlier times he would be very emotional after a miss like that. He's to. I think he's in sport in general. Emotions have to be, very neutral. You can't get too emotive about things because sport is going to take you up and down every second.
Also depends on the kind of person you are, I guess. Generally, that replicates itself on the golf course. As we have a look at Amardeep here, he has a thrill for speed. Now, that's a very unique putting grip. Now, what's that one called? Is it
Yeah, so very
the
quick one
chopstick?
also.
That's pretty much akin to holding a chopstick. What's
Yeah.
it called?
I
It's
always
not the claw. It's some other concoction on the
I
claw.
always feel when somebody holds it so has such a flimsy grip on the putter, how stable can that putter head be?
That's my exact same thought as well.
Yeah, how stable can that putter? You want that putter head to be absolutely stable. Going and the putter path should be like it's on a string. no deviation. And suddenly you have something flimsy. I don't know how you keep it stable enough.
My thoughts as well.
See, his hands look like that putter is stable in his hands,
Yes.
well and truly in control.
Similar to a pincer grip, something that he had. Yeah, good part.
Yeah, well done, young man. So Karan Pratap Singh joining Shaurya Binu at 18 under now, a short adrift of our leader Veer Ganpati.
A replay. Now let's have a look at that grip again. It's definitely. Um, you're right. It's really flimsy. It's almost like how you hold, the pincer grip to hold chopsticks. It looks like that. It's
And you see, he came up and
yeah,
out of it a bit. Yeah, it can work also.
yeah.
But
Of
the
course,
thing is
you see,
that
Sergio Garcia does something similar. I
yeah,
think.
but he's not that flimsy. He's nicely and firm on. No, he's not like that. His hands are a bit lower than Amar's.
Putting is one facet of the game where you can find a broad spectrum of techniques being employed, and nothing is right or wrong. You just get the ball in the hole.
I can tell you in the history of golf, it has been that the more orthodox your putting style is, you've led the putting stats.
Yeah, if you look back, you harken back to the past. You look at people like Ben Crenshaw,
All
uh,
very orthodox, very Brad Faxon,
Brad Faxon,
yeah.
Ben Crenshaw.
Even number one, Scotty, very orthodox. Tiger was very orthodox.
That came out well.
Got a bit
targeted well,
right. Yeah, we have to say right for him. Looked like his body just stopped on him a bit. Getting a little careful. Just feel it more, Veer. Our co-host this week is Cycle Pure Agarbatti. Is there probably synonymous with Mysuru? Yeah, they've been there for 75 years. Sure,
And,
yeah.
and seeing the length and breadth of their work, and that's not sign you want to see. Anguish, disgruntlement. It happens when a shot doesn't quite come off as expected. Cycle Pure Agarbatti, yeah. I mean, they've sort of been entrenched in the fabric of prayer, so as to speak.
And Mysuru is full of temples. It's a very historic place. Lots of temples there. Actually, that part of our country is strewn with temples. So I guess they are almost everywhere in
We've
that.
seen two players in this world not really being able to execute the shots that they wanted. Now let's see if Aryan can.
Just a bit left. Put a high draw. Looks like a high draw on it. So as we stand, Veer Ganpati, he has birdied number 7 and gone to 20 under.
Fantastic.
Looks to have tugged it right on number 8. It'll be interesting to see where that ball ended up. The eighth being not the easiest to get up and down on.
Aman Raj now. Should break a little to his left from here. Yeah, good putt, Aman. Very confident putt.
Arjun Sharma's sizing up what he's got left on number 9. I think the 7th hole is the easiest hole on the golf course thus far. There's only one person who spotted, that's Arjun Sharma, but everybody else is birdied in the top 10.
Karthik now with what appears to be a mere formality. It's almost halfway through the final round. We saw yesterday was the moving day. We saw quite a few deep numbers and good rounds. Seems to be a similar story, although a little more subdued today owing to the conditions and the flag pin positions as well. So players still making quite a few birdies, but you're seeing a few over par rounds and bogeys as well. But the top 10 players in the field are really on song at this point in time. No blemishes from the top 10 players on the front nine. That's commendable. A rare sight indeed, not a bogey on the cards of any of the players. As we have a look at Angad Chima lining up here on hole number 9, 584 yards. So this is a long par 5, but not for these players. Most of these players carry the ball anywhere between 290 to 300 yards, the modern day long hitters. Gone are the days where 270 was considered long off the tee as far as hang time in the air is concerned. Now you see that the average length on I've seen the stat that the average swing speed on the PGA Tour was 114 miles an hour, and that correlates to a carry of almost 288 odd yards in the air. And well, I believe on our tour now, professional golf tour of India, the average carry would be somewhere in the vicinity of about 280 yards in the air. So you see that as the game has progressed globally, so as it here in India, the distances have really gone up, and it's obviously owing to the equipment. But you also see that golfers are now mirroring athletes. Where rarely do you see players who are not not approaching it from a physical angle. Obviously, everybody's built different. You'd have some golfers who are based purely on strength and size, some who are based more on mobility and agility. It's about producing speed, and there are different mechanisms that you can employ in order to produce speed. Some players are really strong in the hands. Some have really good rotation. A prime example on the global stage would be somebody like Rory McIlroy, where he's not really tall, probably about 5'10", but really athletic, a lot of speed and a lot of strength and speed. But it's a lot of rotation in that ball swing, and that enables him to hit that ball that far. And on the contrary, as somebody like John Rahm, who's really big, much bigger frame, and a lot more hand strength is employed. So it depends how you get it done. You have to employ the assets that you have at your disposal to hit the ball long. And the way the game is developed now, I think length is the most imperative factor if you are to compete internationally. Maybe on golf courses, some golf courses in some weeks, there are different tests. Like this week is a test of your short game, of your accuracy from within 100 yards, and your game management, and especially your lines of the tee. It's a refreshing change. It's more like a golf course of the yesteryears where you need a lot more artistry and control of the ball. But as a whole, you've seen the game has progressed towards distance. You've seen golf courses are being lengthened, and the golf ball does fly a lot more. And players like, you thought, previously, maybe if you look back to the year 1999, what Tiger did was sort of something which had never been done previously. He changed the entire dynamic of golf. He just blew fields away with his power and distance, and he was at an average 20-25 yards beyond the second longest hitter in that time. And that was not something which was seen in golf at that time. So it was a seismic shift and also change in perception for players that fitness first came to the fore. Obviously, there's Gary Player. I feel
Yeah,
Gary
he's
Player needs
always
no
there.
introduction. He still does 1,000 pull-ups, and if he push-ups,
Yeah, but Gary is very small in stature too. He knew that if he had to match up to the Sam Sneads and the Nicholases and the Palmers, he needed to work out and get stronger than them actually. So he did it because he knew that he had to. His size would be an issue to compete with them, and he made it up with his strength.
So that's I was just telling our viewers about that you have to really understand what you can utilize to hit the ball long. But it's very important to, I feel, start the game from the tee first. Look at that. Now that is a swing of power. That is the modern swing, and that's the young man's swing.
He's got good lines, so you can go after it because when you have good lines in your golf swing, it's faster also.
And my discussion was that you see different kind of swing altogether now for where is different build, a bigger, stronger build, but probably as far as fast twitch muscle fiber is concerned, then probably somebody like Shaurya Binu would be a lot quicker, maybe on a 100-meter sprint, but you have to utilize what you have in golf. So what Veer has is strength and stability. So his game will be centered more along that conventional rise. Look at that, and he'll remain there. He'll have a very good finish.
I like the way he covers the ball. That's very important. That's where his consistency comes from.
And look at that finish.
Yeah.
Owing to that strength, he can hold the finish. So even at 90% par, he's able to hit that length. And now you have somebody like Aryan. Again, a leaner build, more speed oriented, more rotatory swing. So there are different ways in how I get it done. And a player like Aryan would normally favor a draw to hit it long. Because if you're trying to rotate, so you have to ensure to square that club face. Let's have a look at that. He's also aligning on the left-hand side of the tee. Look at that. So a marked difference in the way that the players approach their game. And a lot is determined by the biomechanics and how they are built, and especially in the formative years, what kind of games you play. And that's why the point that was illustrated by my co-commentator Amit Dubey is that you want to make sure that you're playing a lot of different games when you're young, so you have well-rounded physicality which can adapt to golf. Because in golf, you need speed, you need consistency, and you need the touch of a surgeon and the speed and the strength of a blacksmith. Rarely would you find a game where you require so many different facets. As you have a look at Angad, who seems to have rejuvenated his short game with some new technique that he's learned. Definitely a shout out to his coach. Good work being done there.
Yeah, I think the more important thing which I see is the rhythm. There's no hurriedness. Earlier, I used to always feel he was too quick, too quick through it, or too quick the whole thing. So, and in short game is all about rhythm. It has to be, you only up and down the tempo, but the rhythm is the key. The transition and where you don't start your downswing till you haven't finished your backswing. That's probably the key to a good short game. And if you want to, lower down your trajectory, you up the tempo, shorten your backswing. And if you want to hit it higher and softer, you lengthen your backswing, bring down the tempo.
Amardeep Malik, so using that cack-handed approach, that definitely eliminates a lot of spins, makes it a little more consistent.
Got a little steep on it coming down.
Surprising to get that sort of spin with that left hand down. I don't know how would you generate that. That the release pattern would not be there.
He's sliding that. He's using the bounce properly. You can see that. And they also have the advantage of teeing it up and hitting it into the grain.
Okay.
So it is going to spin that much. They're going to.
You want to talk a little bit about the release on the short game, the chipping out. For the longest time, I used to think that the upper body and rotating with the upper body is very important. But I'm learning now that just releasing, just having the proper release and using the bounce and being aggressive through it is more important, or is it important to use the upper body and
So the only difference between the long shots and the short game is two things: the sequencing of the swing and the release of the head. In the longer shots, you have lag, and the lower body leads the upper body to quite an extent. But in a short game, the upper and lower work together.
a lot more straightforward shot for Pukraj?
Yeah, the upper and lower work together, and also in the long game, you have lag. That means you don't release the club early. In the short game, you release it much earlier,
Okay.
and you match the lower and upper.
Okay.
In the long game, you don't release it, and the lower leads
Okay.
the upper by a little more than it would lead in the short game. The path and all those things remain the same. And the best way to learn how to use your bounce properly is don't take your lob wedge to the go take your gap wedge, like a 50-degree wedge, and try to hit soft shots with your gap wedge. You will learn how to use the bounce properly. If you have a blade 7-iron, try to hit bunker shots with a 7-iron. That requires the skill of using the bounce. Now, penultimate group has made its way to the ninth hole, par 5. Our lead presently held by Veer Ganpati at 20 under, one shot ahead of our overnight co-leader Shaurya Binu. A further shorter drift, 4 tied at 18 unders, Saptak Talwar, Karan Pratap Singh, Aman Raj, and Arjun Sharma. Angad Chima. Pretty straight up the hill, a bit slow into the grain. Good putter. Well hold. That takes Angad to 18 under as well. Amardeep with 4.5 feet left for his birdie on number 9. He's just had a little bit of a hiccup on number 8, making 5 on the par 3. Finds himself at 15 under, 5 shots behind our leader Veer Ganpati. Quick stroke, but finds the bottom of the cup. Third member of this trio, Pukraj Singh Gill, cleaning up. That leaves the stage clear for our final group, the left-hander, the youngster from Mysuru, Veer Ganpati, with his second into the par 5.
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ हैं तुम कहाँ हो तुम कहाँ पे हो शेर
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम 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 बाबा
Own view of the my JWGC, the Jaya Chamaraja Vadiyar Golf Course. And we are bringing you live coverage of the inaugural Mysuru Open 2024, hosted by JWGC and supported by Cycle Pure Agarbattis. Our screen is Udyan Mane. Udyan currently sitting at 16 under, 4 shots behind our leader V Ganpati, who's in a spot of bother on number 9. He's pulled his second shot to the right of the green, not sure where that ball is finished up. I like the tempo of his stroke, misreading it a bit. The low rounds today are that of Saptak Talwar. He's 5 under through his first 12 holes. So is Sachin Basoya, 5 under through his first 12 holes. Jairaj Singh Sandhu, 5 under through his first 12 holes. Rahul Ganji just dropping a shot. He was 5 under through his 12 as well. Stepan Danik, 6 under through his first 16 holes. He's finishing up now. He's 16 under for the tournament. Sanit Bishnoi narrowly missing out. Number 11, the par 4. Karan Pratap Singh with no more than 2 feet. Not sure what that is for. If that's a birdie putt, that will take him to 19 under, just 1 shot behind. Udyan Mane. See that ball, just misreading it a bit. Sanit. Beautiful drone view of the golf course. Beautifully manicured. Perfect scoring conditions today. We have our leader, Veer Ganpati, short siding himself on number 9. Not the place you want to hit your third shot from. Duffing it as well. So he's got his work cut out to make 5 now. That will change things on top. Aman Raj birding number 10 and moving to 19 under, joining Shaurya Binu. 1 shot behind. Veer, who's in a spot of bother on number 9. Aryan Rupanand with his pitch on number 9, the par 5. The seventh hole has really yielded the most amount of birdies today. Almost everybody in the field has birdied the seventh hole. Shaurya Binu with his chip on number 9 is running a bit further than he would have liked. Shaurya Binu and Beer holding the overnight lead. Beer in a spotter bowler here, that's his third, having come up short with his, and then hitting it, leaving himself 20 feet for par on number 9, a hole which most have birdied today. So in a spot, we'll see if the lead changing hands now.
We're showing the first signs of a chink in his armor, maybe.
Yeah, I think he just short-sighted himself and he should have just taken his medicine and, just played to the fat of the green. But again, trying to get a little cute there, just caught it a bit heavy, came up short, and then
Sort of maybe about 22, 23 feet this spot.
yeah, probably this is what he wanted for his third shot.
Yeah.
It's his fifth shot, and almost everybody is birdie number 9 today. The only two people in the top 20 who haven't, and he'll be the third. That's Thanga Raja and Sachin Basoya. So a bogey here is like almost like a two shot to the field. So, and you can see that it looks like the lead might change hands here, Shaurya. If Shaurya Binu were to birdie this hole, it would take him to 20, and if he were to bogey, it would come back to 19.
Aman Raj was playing well, 4 under par of the day, and Arjun Sharma also coming along well, 3 under, 18 under for the tournament, and this one looks good. Just missing it. So he'd drop his first shot, unfortunately, and that would take him into a tie for the lead with Aman Raj and Shaurya Binu.
His last bogey came on the, I think, first hole of the second round.
So he's been blemish free for about 45 holes.
Yeah.
Fantastic golf, for sure.
Aryan Rupanand, which looks to be in the vicinity of 6 feet for his birdie. This one actually turns more than people have misread this. Yeah, he walks it in. That takes Aryan Rupanand to 18 under. And Shorebunu sizing up what he's left for his birdie. This will actually take him into the lead. Well, Saptak is, worked himself into the thick of things. He's 18 under, 5 under today. Aman Raj, 4 under, 19 under. And if this one doesn't go in, then we have a three-way tie for the lead.
Yeah, I think my predictions coming true is I really doubt that it's going to get to 24 under par. 22 seems to be the number that, because the final day is wearing the players down. That's a brilliant putt by our new leader in the house, Shaurya Binu.
Yeah, so lead changing hands on number 9. Veer making his first bogey in almost 2.5 rounds.
Yeah, 2.5 rounds. That was a very good stretch. I think he's allowed the odd mistake. It's impossible to have such a long stretch and
Maybe not a bad thing, and
yeah.
it's easier to chase down than get chased. I can tell you, it's a uneasy feeling when you're getting chased down. Instead of your mindset, kind of changes from
Trying to make birdies
into just keep the score there, and that attitude is not what got you to that score.
Yeah. So it's good that maybe this might be a good thing for him. But I'm really impressed by the way that he's handled himself thus far.
Yeah.
His maturity seems beyond his years. He reminds me a little bit of young Shubhankar Sharma when he came along. He was all of 18, 19 and displayed maturity well beyond his years. And that's a quality that's helped him and, held him in good stead over the years.
Yeah. So we have a new leader now, Shaurya Binu. He's 20 under, followed by Aman Raj and Veer Ganpati at 19. A further short adrift are Saptak, Karan Pratap, Singh, Arjun Sharma, and Angad Chima, also Aryan Rupa Anand.
The lowest round thus far belongs to Stephen Denick with 6 under par and the final par 5 to play secret.
He can make it 7 or 8.
It's a very good display of golf by Stephen.
Stepan makes 3 on the last. It's 18. It's going to go to at least 22.
Yeah,
It's a good weekend's work by him.
I think the possibility at this point in time of a playoff seems quite high with the number of players. Within 2 shots, you have a total of 8 players within 2. And within 4, you have a total of 14 players. I can't quite recollect when we had such a log jam on the leaderboard. Seems like an F1 race starting grid, but there's little room to maneuver.
No, it's like a 100-meter Olympic final, man. That was so close this year, so close.
Yeah, but somehow
the recorded time was same for the first and second place.
Yes, there was something about the body part. What was it exactly?
I think just maybe a tip of the nose or something like that. That was the difference between gold and silver this year.
But it doesn't quite have the same sheen since Usain Bolt is retired. Shows you that
because he dominated. He had like a tiger effect on a 100-meter race. He used to break the. And the funny, the person I know for a fact has broken the Olympic and world record the most is the pole vaulter Sergei Bubka.
Yeah, the Russian, right?
He used to break it because in the Russian Federation, at that time it was USSR. Every time you broke the record, you get you would get a grant from the country, and he knew he could break it by much more.
Okay.
But he used to break it by just a little bit. So then he'd get another one, then another one. That's how he was smart enough to know that, okay, I can keep breaking it and I can get a little bit more, the same amount, breaking it by 10 or breaking it by 1, right? So, and this year's Olympics is coming to an end, but I feel that the Russian Federation is a huge part of the Olympics. They have very good athletes in every sport, and them not participating has, the China and the USA have done exceedingly, but Russia is a good country, has a lot of athletes.
Yeah, unfortunately, geopolitics and all those things which somehow we don't have enough information on. As they say, you can only do the best of what's served in front of you. So I think quite a few players played without a nationality who were from Russia. So they, I think, won a few medals. So, but good. Good thing is that our Indian athletes are now starting to dominate, not dominate, but win medals consistently in the Olympics. Yeah, look at Arjun, I think.
Yeah, lengthy birdie attempt on number 11. Karthik Sharma having one of those days that he's too over. He's probably one of the very few people who are over par and who teed up from the front nine.
Yeah, this golf course, if you're playing over par, then you're really not doing
Mr. Jake
justice.
Milani and Karthik are the two people who, and so is
Yeah, I'm
JB.
getting used to calling him that.
Yeah.
But should break a little from his left to right, so that is the preferred part for a left-handed player. Can be aggressive with this one. Oh, he hit a good putt.
Yeah. We've been watching him play in the last 2-3 groups, in quite a few events. I've never seen him hold a sizable putt. If I look back, I can't remember him hold a sizable putt.
I think now that you have pointed it out, I think you're right.
I've always seen him miss putts. Yeah.
I somehow feel the game for left-handed players is a lot more difficult. One of the reasons I say that is because there are so few heroes when you're growing up. For a right-handed player, I think we never quite want to emulate a lefty because you can't quite relate to it. The swing pattern, you just can't imagine it. It's so difficult.
But
when-
one of the best things to do if when you're teaching golf is go and hit a few shots left-handed. You will know exactly what a beginner's thinking. Because you've actually forgotten what a beginner thinks like, because that was so long ago. And that helps you actually teach better, a beginner better, because now you know what's playing on their mind. Sometimes it's just a thought like, okay, I need to make good contact.
It looked good up till here. Unfortunately, it just veered off right at the end for Karthik. So we're live on air, ladies and gentlemen. They always catch us unawares.
Yeah, we're just getting quick updates on our phone on the scores. And
And a very good afternoon to you. I'm Shaurya. This is my co-host Amit Dubey, and we've thoroughly enjoyed the broadcast so far and bringing you this live action from Mysuru. And hope you do stay connected with us for the entirety. And also,
and this is getting really exciting. We have 3 people at 19 and the leader at 20, so it's going to go down to the wire now. It's going to be, I don't know, it looks like it's anybody's tournament right now.
this is the kind of tournament you want for the inaugural event. It's a big one, and the players are definitely shooting the lights out. There are a lot of birdies, and this is the ideal setup. This golf course to produce that sort of a thriller and the backline's only going to get a lot more interesting.
That's what you want in a golf tournament. You want low scoring. You want to it.
Kima seems to have flared it out to the right. You can tell a lot about a golf shot by just looking at the player's body language.
Yeah, he's a little concerned of where it's ended up. Angad is just one shot back. He's playing number 11. Number 10 yielding a lot of birdies today. The hole playing the easiest today is actually number 7. It's not the par 5 ninth, which is normally the case in previous days. Amardeep Malik with his approach on number 11. Yeah, hiccup on number 8. He doubled it. Otherwise, he's been solid. Otherwise, 1 under through his first 10 holes. I want to see how Veer comes back from that bogey on number 9. It shows a lot about his character. I can imagine his father Rahul. He must be chewing his fingernails.
Sure. Also, he'll be elated. It's almost like as I said, children. I've been reading a few of these books. They actually allow you to live your life once again and go through the joys of youth. One thing that happens as you grow older, obviously, life gets to you. You have responsibilities, and some of the joy and exuberance of youth leaves you. And I would not say pessimism, but realism sets in. You become a lot more about your goals and things you need to do, and your life becomes filled with other things. Whereas you're younger, you're unbridled, you have the pure joy of living, and that's what a child allows you. And through his sons, he's being able to vicariously live that experience once again, and seeing his son playing so well. I can only imagine what a joy it must be bringing him. Regardless of the fact whether he wins or not, it's just the fact that being able to see something that is just pure, unadulterated joy for all. So I'm very happy to see his son doing so well.
Yeah, and he's Rahul was a prolific player himself as a junior as well. So he's kind of seen the journey. He knows the ups and downs, and he knows and he can he knows probably better than most other parents whose kids are playing on the national circuit on what the next step is and where I should go from here, which is always a big question for people who are not from a golfing family, or who's now where do we go from here? So that question is that answer is clear in Rahul's head, which is a big advantage.
Yeah, for sure. And I think being a prolific player himself, he knows that expectations and pressure are something that you don't want to add on to yourself. You want to enjoy the game.
Absolutely.
I think
the most important thing about playing a sport is enjoying playing it.
At the end, that's why you started the game.
Yeah. If you're not enjoying it, you're not going to get better.
It's only going to grind and wear you out. Yeah. So you want to make sure, as you have so much experience.
And a good way of enjoying it is, number one, trying to improve it. Improving is always a joy, and number two is playing it with friends. People, the kids are so competitive; they don't play with friends anymore. Like you, actually, I don't think you would want to go and play a round of golf by yourself.
That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
No offense to the game. No offense to the game that we love, but If you want to be a good professional, then you have to play a round of golf alone and analyze your game. But if you want to enjoy the game,
Yeah,
it
that's
doesn't
exactly what I
matter.
said. It's you should go and you should play with friends because you'll enjoy it more.
It doesn't matter where you play.
Yeah.
What I've realized, you might play the as we have a look at Pukraj, um, with that putt which seems to
He's touched it
good
to
putt.
perfection.
Yeah, he's got the touch as well. He's got the Midas touch and mighty power. I'll tell you, that's a very scary combination for the rest of the field. If that starts working for this man, so he's going to be in the winner's circle very soon. When I saw Gaganjeet Bhullar years ago, I remember when we were just juniors and amateurs competing against him. I used to think that this man is, he has that ability that none of us have, and he's going to be top 10 in the world. Obviously, he's not been able to fulfill it till that extent. I'm sure that he still has a lot more to do, but I'll say that somebody like Veer, Alawat, Pukhraj, and few of these players who have that international pedigree in them, they can go really far in the game, I feel. They've got that.
Growing up, I had that same feeling about Jyoti. He used to hit the ball with a different sound, and all we wanted to do is get the same sound, that clean, solid hit on the ball, and distance without with ease. I would say.
Yeah, it's not just about
with
distance.
ease.
Yeah,
It's
not
distance
yeah.
with ease.
And it's a quality.
Yeah.
It's the strike quality is what actually dictates what kind of player you're going to become.
And-
Very few have come through who have had that pristine quality.
And it look, when somebody is doing it doing it well, it looks easier, and that is what I look for when in a player. That, okay, this guy is making it look easy, and that is a big trait to have.
Going a little off topic from our times, as a good, I'd say not a good friend. I would say a friend of all of us. He is a good friend of you, but a friend of many. Mandev Patania, very brilliant ball striker. I would say very gifted. He was probably way ahead of his time in the way that his ball used to come off the 3 irons. I've never quite, in that time and all the years since, very rarely would you find players great part by
We were
him.
coming back to that. He used to hit it far,
And the quality of-
but he used to put stuff into it. I remember Jyoti putting nothing into it.
No, actually, that's the first time, Amit, I'd have to disagree with you a little bit.
Yes.
Mandev Pradhania, I've seen him play a lot of sports. I remember playing cricket with him once, and he would bowl bouncers with a leather ball which would go above the batter's head. He had that innate speed, and he used to hit that 3 iron taking off. Obviously, he didn't have the same consistency that somebody like a champion like Jyoti, but immense potential, to reach the highest international echelons of golf. But obviously, it takes a lot more than just ball striking, doesn't it?
So let's, since we have this small discussion happening, we were playing the Barclays Singapore Open, Mandev Patania on the range. I was hitting a few balls in Sentosa. The range is on the other golf course, and there's a net which you need to carry it about 300 to fly it. So Mandya was just catching the top sometimes, carrying it sometimes. I was somewhere in the middle. And then came Anil Cabrera on the range. He flew it with his 2 iron. Not that when he took his driver out, it just didn't just fly the driving range. There was a fairway behind it, and then there was a hazard in which there was a tree growing, and the ball was flying into that tree. And that is, I've never seen the ball come out like that in my life.
Yes, I've heard that story, but I mean, as they say
And Anil is, I can tell you what, he just smoothed it. It was just such a monster
El
of
Pato.
monster of a.
What a great shot! ತುಂಬಾ ದಣಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಾಣುತ್ತಾರೆ ಋತುರಾಜ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ಸ್ ಬ್ರೇಕ್.
ಆದ್ರೆ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಸೈನ್ ಏನದು?
ಅಮೃತಾಂಜನ್ ಇಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರೋ ಪ್ಲಸ್. ದಣಿವಿನ ದಾಹವಾದ್ರೆ ಆಗ ಅಗತ್ಯವಿದೆ ಸೆಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಹೈಡ್ರೇಷನ್. ಇದರ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರೋಲೈಟ್ಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ರಿಹೈಡ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಮರಳಿಸುತ್ತೆ, ದಣಿವಿನ ದಾಹವನ್ನು ತೊಲಗಿಸುತ್ತೆ.
ನಿಮಗೂ ದಣಿವಿನ ದಾಹ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅಮೃತಾಂಜನ್ ಇಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರೋ ಪ್ಲಸ್. ದಣಿವಿನ ದಾಹಕ್ಕಾಗಿ.
The combination of speed and strength. Some get power from strength, and some get power from speed. And a very good example is the javelin throw that just finished. The Pakistani javelin throw was more strength-related power, and Neeraj is more speed. and accurate. He's more consistent in getting a good release on his javelin consistently compared to the. You will see his throws are much more within the same vicinity. So not only is he a good thrower because he's got speed, his timing is also very good. On the other side, the Pakistani is pure strength. He just came. He just didn't walk, didn't run that fast. Just came and just threw it. So these are the. So when it comes to power, there's some people are more speed related. So if you want the Pakistani javelin thrower, he wants to increase his power, he needs to work on speed.
Okay.
And he needs to work more on strength.
Okay. Valid point. That's a very fascinating way of looking at things. But yeah, coming back to a point as you have a look at hole number 15. The 15 is 148-yard par 3.
Sachin Basoya is 6 under today. He's 18 under. He's catching up.
Yeah, but coming back to your point, there are very few golfers who you just see and you know that they're made for this game and they're going to be great. When you come across them, obviously you're saying that Jyoti Randhawa is one of them that comes to your mind. The moment we used to see him hit the ball, he was cut from a different material, as they say, different cloth. He was just in a league of his own.
And practice very little, contrary to what people thought. Probably practice lesser than most professional golfers on the planet. But he was consistent and clear in his what he wanted to see or feel in his golf swing.
Someone similar, I don't know if you've seen Yuvraj Sandhu hit the ball.
No, I haven't seen that.
He's he's got tremendous lag and he's very athletic, and the ball comes off pretty similar to what a prime Jyoti would hit it. It comes off like a bullet with a lot of lag, and you can see the difference. I tell you one thing, like this: if you're hitting a 3-iron and the speed the ball comes out for the first 100 yards, the compression that it has when somebody like hits and then it rises. So he's got that element as Yuvraj.
Another good one was actually Daniel Chopra. He could hit the ball, and I remember we were playing a practice round in Kota Parmai. It was the Volvo Asian Masters, the one Kevin Na won. And there's a par 5, the 10th, 12th hole it goes, and the second shot is uphill, right to left. And he was right at the bottom of the hill, and he had a 2-iron, which was a blade. And he hit this, and this green was at least 30 to 40 feet above us, our height, our level. And he hit this 2-iron with a high draw, didn't touch a blade of grass on the fairway, and it stopped within 10 feet of where it landed. And that must have gone at like 120 feet up in the air with a blade 2-iron. I can tell you, I've never seen a ball being struck so purely in my life. Not a blade moved.
Yeah, he was always a special talent.
Yeah, and
the stories of Delhi golf course and on hole number 8 and the par 5, he used to draw it from the right from the.
No, I'll tell you one. An imagination. So I think to become a good, a successful professional golfer, you need the mechanic and the artist to work together. You need the mechanics to back your artistry, which you want to, show or on the golf course. And if you played the old 8th green at Delhi Golf Club,
yes,
and there's a tree on the left, there's a bunker on the left, there's a tree that is common for the 3rd hole and the 8th hole, and he's lying below that tree. No, he can't hit it high. He has to hit it low. And I'm playing with him, I think he's going to hit this low, checking it, because he used to do that a lot. And he took a 7-iron, he used the contour of the lip of the bunker. So he rolled it along the lip, he took the curve, trickled into the hole for a 3.
So that's where it comes down to imagination, artistry, skill.
Yeah.
You got to marry all these elements if you have to be a champion. He was a I think a multiple PGA Tour champion, and I'm sure that
He won back to back on the PGA Tour.
Yeah.
He won the same season. He won the last tournament of the year, the Wyndham Championship, then went on to win the Mercedes, which is now called the Century Tournament of Champions.
And there you have Shaurya leading at 20 under par, and there's a Shaurya commentating on it. So that's what you call a double whammy. And then you have Aman Raj at 19, Angad Chima at 19, tied alongside Veer Ganpati, who's still holding on. After that bogey, we're waiting for him to start making a few birdies. But from the looks of it, Amit, I think this is definitely going to go the distance. This green is no larger than a thimble.
Yeah.
So small is this green, and this shows you the difficulty. I mean, the precision required in your second shot if you are to play well here. And somebody who is playing well out on the golf course is Sachin Bisoya, a winner on tour. Sachin, 18 under par for the tournament, and also within sniffing distance. The sharks are circling, my friend. The sharks can smell blood in the water, and they're all coming for the kill.
The finish is going to be very tight. We're leaving himself a long way on number 11.
Almost made it.
$14.
Aryan Rupana.
Yeah, this looks like the 10, 11, 12 stretch. It's birdie territory. So
That's a diesel rated on that.
this tournament is heating up. So yeah, it's going to get really tight because the chasing pack are playing well and the leaders aren't. Well, Shaurya has a very makeable birdie putt coming up, so that would put a little bit of daylight between him and the chasing pack if he were to make it. Really solid technique there. Looks like Shaurya is going to open up a 2-shot lead after this hole.
It's a very important putt for Veer here. Nice and confident.
Yeah, he's solid on the greens today.
For those of our viewers who are joining in and are not used to the rules of golf, we'll try and give you the rundown as we go through the game. And if you're new to the game of golf, we'll also give you a little bit of the basics. Golf has 18 holes and looks a little complicated at first, but as I say, you hit your first shot and you'll fall in love with the game. The idea is to take the fewest strokes possible, and the winner is calculated after the end of 4 days championship.
Yeah, it's a marathon. Every golf tournament is a marathon. It's a game of patience, and it takes a while to finish 18 holes itself. So it teaches you a lot about yourself, and that's the beauty of the game. It's like a microcosm of life as you play it, and every day it teaches you something new.
And I feel golf tournaments, professional golf tournaments, normally fall under two categories. You'll find events like this where everybody is reveling under the circumstance of the golf course, making a lot of birdies. So it's a test to see that who can make the most amount of birdies, and it's more of open season as far as the tournament is concerned because the conditions are not that oppressive. They're conducive for good golf, a lot of birdies, and then you have the major championships, so as to speak, difficult, long, hard, treacherous golf courses.
Those are the last
become,
man
yeah,
standing
yeah,
tournaments.
they become like war of attrition,
Yeah.
and you see who's standing at the end. So these are two different kind of tournaments, and you'll find different kind of players coming to the fore. And that's the great thing about golf. It's so inclusive, and it gives you an opportunity to compete. And talking about opportunity, we see how the tour has grown in stature and prize money as well, and it's so important. And shout out to our sponsor, our associate sponsor this week, Cycle Pure Agarbatti, and obviously the associate sponsors who make this possible. Tata Steel, the umbrella sponsor. And they've done so much for nation development and now doing so much for sport. And then Nissan, who we saw with that beautiful Magnite over there, which was on offer for hole in one. Unfortunately, none of the golfers could quite grab that with open arms, maybe the next time. And then you have Bisleri, Electro Plus, Fruitnik, and then Rolex, Golf Plus, Golf Design India, and Athletic Drive. So you have quite a few companies which have joined us, and they have many tournaments this year. The schedule looks jam packed, and I think if my memory serves me right, this might be the maximum number of events that we might have in one particular season. It's scheduled to be 28 events this time, so that's a very very rich calendar.
Yeah, 28 weeks of golf for a pro golfer is quite it's decent,
Shit, it's called. It's fantastic if you look at it
Yeah.
from an Indian context. I don't think we've ever had
I don't
these
think,
many.
yeah, I think the maximum we've gone is like 25.
This is so this is uncharted waters. 28 events is so if you're a good player and sizable prize funds, mind you, Amit. These are some really big events. This week we're playing for 1 crore. The winner taking home 16 lakh, and we have a look at Varun Parekh, another one of those good ball strikers. He also has a very different sound when he hits the ball. I see
He's
that.
so we were doing. He was an amateur that time, and since I'm a biomechanist, a golf biomechanist. So we were doing a camp for the Indian Golf Union, and I had a testing device on, basically all the power quotients and the wrist and forearm power. And when I tested him out, and suddenly everybody's sound was very average, and then when he did it, it was really loud. And I asked him, so like, what kind of, because that comes from racket sports. You only get it if you played a lot of racket sport. And he says, he was a very good badminton player. He like in the juniors, he played the national juniors and stuff like that. So that's a big, when that comes like, that's the transfer of learning of one sport into another sport. That racket sport builds up wrist and forearm speed.
So I've seen him. I saw him at Eagleton many years, almost a decade ago, and I must say, my jaw hit the floor. Amit, I'm telling you. I'd heard about this junior. He was a junior. I'd heard about this junior who flies a driver 300, who flies the range at Eagleton. I said, this is not possible. And I saw him, and I was just in awe in the way that he was hitting drivers. So there's so much talent in our country. I'm telling you, just our golfers. As we have a look at what seems to be Jairaj. No, sorry, not Jairaj. Jairaj is lefty. Not quite certain who this is. Just give us a second. That is Alap Ayal, and he's playing alongside Jairaj Singh Sandhu. Jairaj is lefty, so maybe he hit his shot and I saw him. So I was indeed correct. There you have some nature on the golf course. Another thing why sport is so important is that it helps you release all the stress that is there. My apologies, that was indeed Vasu Sehgal. So, yes, we are mere mortals and do air.
It's good to see so many young, new faces and youngsters doing well. So,
You know what? I have a little bit of a concern. I'm very happy with the youngsters doing so well, and it's great for the macroeconomic indicators of professional golf. But I'm a little remiss to see that the names I knew and played golf along with, they seems to be, they're becoming extinct as we speak. If I go look at this leaderboard, not many names who've played golf alongside. Not that age has caught up with them either. It just seems that they're getting pushed out, kind courtesy the immense competition by the youngsters. It seems like the older lot is not able to keep up.
so let's go through who we see who have played more than 10 years on tour, right?
Yeah.
Let's say when was the last pro tournament you played?
Last full circuit was 2011.
So let's say 15 years ago. So let me go and see how many people you know out here. Amardeep Malik was there,
Yes.
right? So that's number one. Then I would say
Akshay Sharma was probably coming through maybe
Gaurav Pratap Singh, Rahul
Pratap
Ganji. So
Singh.
that's three.
3.
Harinder Gupta 4.
4.
Jamal Hussain
5.
5. Shamim Khan 6.
6.
6. Yeah.
Abhinav Luhan right towards the end.
And yeah, but no, it won't count.
But yeah,
so,
because he's younger.
Yeah.
So
So 6 out of the
6.
50 who made the cut, you actually played golf with.
And I'm 39, so this is startling. And if you were to look at the players that you played with,
No, it would just be 3. I would say Shamim, Rahil, and Harinder.
so look at it, and Harinder's a lot younger. So you would
Yeah.
be more towards. So it's just shocking.
So to give you an idea, I played the 98 Asian Games and Harinder played the 2006 Asian Games for India. So he's like at least 6 years younger than me.
So look at the change in what's happening in
Yeah.
golf is that it's become really younger, and that's is that symptomatic on the other international tours as well? Actually, if you see Live Tour, you have Sergio Anirban doing well. You see the PGA Tour, Scotty Scheffler he looks old, but he's really young though. Scotty is a young man.
Well, he's taking his time reaching the top, and I think he's going to stay on top. By the way,
But so experienced players are still performing on all the other tours. I feel something. There has to be some cause on the professional golf tour of India that all of a sudden these youngsters are playing so well. Is it the facilities, the biomechanics, or the exposure, or the golf becoming an Olympic sport,
It's all
world ranking? What is it that?
all a lot of things. Technology to start with. Fine, I remember when I started playing golf, we didn't know anything about the technique. We barely knew how to grip the club properly.
As we
So
race and talk about the good old times, as they say, when Bruce Springsteen sang the song Glory Days, sorry. So currently we're seeing that Shaurya Binu is well onto his way for glory. He's 21 under par, leading the tournament by 2 shots over 3 players, Aman Raj, Angad Chima, and Veer Ganpati, who now sees themselves 2 shots behind. Shaurya Binu is 3 under par for the day and being chased by quite a few players. Arjun Sharma at 18 under par, 5th position. Aryan Rupa Anand, 18 under par. So we're at the business end of things. 7 holes remaining for the last group, and it's indeed very tight as we have a look at Sanit Bishnoi.
yeah, I think the next few holes will dictate how this tournament is going to unfold.
Leaving it short.
If Shaurya looks like he is in control of his game right now, so if you If you want to take it from him, you need to catch him. '21. Yeah, I still think 23, at least.
Could be difficult. I'll go with 22 as a number.
Because there were two par fives coming up, and almost everybody's birdie number 14.
But it's turned out to be a very exciting event. I'll give you that much.
And the only person, that's Saptak who had it going, and he's actually bogeyed number 14, the par 5, which is it's like almost like B's bogey on number 9, not miss, almost like 2 shots to the field. Yuvraj Singh.
And just to reiterate the words of Mr. Arjun Ranga, CEO of Cycle Pure Agarbatti, he said that it's a matter of pride that the Professional Golf Tour of India has come to our city of Mysuru. We at Cycle Pure Agarbatti are delighted to be associated with this event that provides golfers from Mysuru an opportunity to play alongside the best. And some of the prominent Mysuru players, Yashas Chandra, Alap Ayal, Dhruv Bopanna, Praful Chand, and you had amateurs, Veer Ganpati, who's obviously, it's almost unfair to call him an amateur. He's like a seasoned star, Varun Muthappa and Suraj Joshi.
I was just watching Yuvraj Singh putt out there, and Yuvraj has just come from the amateur ranks.
What are your thoughts on this shot, Amit? Amardeep Malik,
Well,
is he going to go with a conventional grip or?
No, this one is all right. He's actually, it's further than it looks. He's about 50, 60 yards. So
Is he employing a conventional grip or the lower hand down?
the low hand down won't make it to the green. Yeah, he's just going a normal swing. You can see just a bit quick, but good body action on that. So you can see he's
That's
got
a
a lot of
brilliant
purchase.
shot.
It's like 50, 60 yards. Sure, yeah, he's never had an issue with that yardage. And coming back to Yuvraj Singh, and there's something I saw just now, which I wanted to just bring to the viewers. That Yuvraj has had a really good. He's just turned pro. He played amateur golf for India, and he's sporting an ABT logo on his T-shirt. And ABT is he used to be my sponsor as well. AB Thomas Group of Companies, and the chairman is Mr. Dilip Thomas, who's probably someone who my generation especially, and he's always promoted.
He's been one of the
Promoted
best
golf,
benefactors of
yeah.
golf.
And he's almost everybody who's the leading amateur. He's always supported in the first couple of years, at least when they turn pro, which is something which is commendable. He's a really he's someone who's synonymous with growth of golf in this country. I can tell you.
Yeah, there are no two ways about it. He's his love for the game and his love for growing the game.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Is really praiseworthy and inspirational, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he was my manager when we played the Eisenhower Trophy in Chile, and he was such an help. And he's such a really. I was amazed that somebody could be so nice to us, because we had other people who had taken us as managers as well. And the moment I finished the Eisenhower Trophy, I remember him asking me, "So Amit, when are you turning pro?" I said, "Right after the Asian Games." He says, "Don't worry, you have a sponsor." I didn't. It was on his own. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, and that was one of the concerns when you turn amateur, and especially when you worked with oil companies, you're going to take that leap into deep waters. And he was there to support us.
And they have that part almost making it in. Yeah, that that can go either ways once you turn professional after an amateur. Golf is such a unique game in a way that
Things
you
are
have,
changing. Shaurya Binu has just given one back. So he's at 20, and the chasing pack is at 19, and they're not just one, they're 4 at 19 and 2 at 18. Saptak coming back with a birdie on number 15 after bogeying the par 5 14th. Sachin Basoya birdieing 16 to take it to 19 and under.
Angad Chima now, giving that a good look. It's important to get the line right. I would say that line reading is about 80% of what good putting is all about. If you don't get the right line, you unfortunately are not going to make the putt. So it's very important first to have the preparation in order and then to execute the stroke accordingly. So Angachima and his caddy are deliberating what is indeed the correct line. A lot of these players have their seasoned caddies who travel with them, and here you can see the caddy also giving him a spot in the middle. So that is the difference between a professional caddy, so as to speak, and somebody who is just more vocational.
Really good putt there by Angad. It was woefully close to going in. Well, the youngster Veer Ganpati just 100 today, but not. He's just within one shot of the leader, Shoaib, who's just made a bogey after the 17th hole yesterday. Sachin Basoya has got the low round of the day going. He's 700 today. Saptat Talwar 5 under, 18 under, 2 shots back. Amardeep Malik.
That's a good putt right there.
So Stepan Dyke has finished up his final round. He's shot 64, 600 today. He's 16 under. He's our clubhouse leader presently, alongside Thangaraja, who's shot 65 today. Final group. Playing number 13. Well, Veer is probably in the same spot Amar was. Let's see who wins this wedge
Yeah,
competition.
and it'll be interesting to see if we will be able to put the same sort of purchase on it. I saw Aman, not Aman, my apologies.
Amar.
Amar was able to put a lot of cheese on that one.
अगरबत्ती देना दादी माँ.
साइकिल क्या?
अगरबत्ती.
साइकिल.
अगरबत्ती.
अगरबत्ती यानी साइकिल बच्चे.
अगरबत्ती बोले तो
So that putt might be for the tie.
This is a very critical shot for him. It will be difficult to get this close, I feel.
Yeah. He's giving a lot of air, so he's bringing it soft. Which
Not
is,
too bad. He's
yeah.
about 30 feet, I would say.
Yeah, it's a good.
It's a good result from there.
Yeah.
He was able to get the distance right. I think
The only so if you can't stop it with spin, you have to stop it with height.
let's see what Veer can do here. I think it's important that he makes birdie here.
Well, before that, he has to put a good swing on this one,
Yeah.
and just shot by shot. Don't get ahead of yourself, young man.
I would like to see the result if it comes in that low and with that sort of spin that Amar was very impressed by that shot.
Aryan Rupanand coming from a different angle altogether. He's just short and right of the green, so that leaves the stage clear for Veer Ganpati. Looks like he's put a good swing on it. See, no, I didn't get enough purchase on that. See, he went a little longer and softer.
Yeah, longer and softer. So, also, this is something that he learned over the years. This is more about experience, I feel, this kind of a shot.
Well, yeah. Now entering the money end of things, last 6 holes of the final round of the inaugural Mysuru Open 2024, hosted by JWGC, the Jaya Chamaraja Vadia Golf Club, Mysuru. Our leader currently Shaurya Binu at 20 under. Well, my prediction is far from being correct. I think you're probably right, Shaurya. We'll go to 22 or 21.
Yeah, I think some of the final day, it's the pin positions and a host of factors, unless somebody really shoots the lights out.
I can imagine what Saptak Talwar will feel if he comes short. He's bogeyed number 40 in the par 5, which is something you don't see happening.
Mind you, this is not the easiest two-putt for Veer either from here. He's left himself a good 35 feet and a considerable amount of break as well. Veer now in conversation with his caddy.
Well, he's putting well, so that's a good part.
Especially inside of 6 feet, he looks very confident. And I think that changes the complexion of how you putt. If you're good within 6 feet, you can really be aggressive.
Yeah, you're not worried about free putting as such then.
Yeah. Somebody like Rashid Khan definitely comes to mind. He's not here this week.
Yeah, surprisingly. I think the international series is going on right now on the Asian Tour. Oh, narrowly missing there, Veer from long range.
Good putt by Veer. Made that look rather easy. Richard Bland playing really well. He's like a second coming. He's 49 and
Not 49, he's 51.
51.
Yeah, he's won a senior major this year. I think two.
And
Our leader, Shaurya, making birdie there, opening up that lead to 2 shots again.
fantastic birdie there by Aryan. My apologies, a par. So we're speaking about Richard Bland and how he sort of had a second coming of. He's 40. He won at 48, and now he's competing with the best youngsters and still doing so well in the international series, which is being played in England. He's third at this point in time. And Jeev Milkha Singh, 10th.
See, he played well at the.
For him playing so well, that's and Karandeep Kochar as well, 16th position. He's in 16th position alongside Jeev. Anirban Lahiri, 31st position. Further down, you have Kalin Joshi in 69th position. And we look at some of the other Indians. Rayan Thomas not making the cut. Then you have Veer Lawat also missing the cut by a solitary shot. Oh, that always hurts a lot, huh? You
Yeah.
travel, especially when you're traveling overseas, and miss the cut by a shot. And then you have Hani Besoya, SSP Chaurasia, both of them missing the cut by 2 shots. Varun Chopra, Ajitesh Sandhu by 3 shots. And then further down, Gaganjeet Bhullar not playing well, missing the cut. Rashid Khan missing it. Chikka Rangappa, Jyoti Randhawa as well. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu also with not the best of first round.
I'm surprised to see Jyoti not playing well. He's striking the ball really well. It's surprising to see those results.
Yeah, so many different factors to the game of golf.
So
I think I remember when he finished second in the Italian Open. I think it was all those years back when he lost in the playoff. With his level of ball striking in his game, I think he's. I mean, you can never really say that somebody is underachieved when he's such a prolific champion, multiple Asia number one. But
I remember he lost to Alvaro Quiros, that Italian Open. It was that playoff, and then I actually caddied for him at one of these HSBCs in Sheshan. The one that I think, I'm not sure who won that year. But great ball striker, especially with his longer clubs. Really good.
Very strong still. At the age of 50, can still climb the rope with an L. So, and funny story, when I started my golf, his father also being armored core and mine, so we sort of knew his family and spent some time when he was in Ahmednagar and saw him training. He used to run up all the way. There was a tomb next to the golf course, a hill. And you have a look at Amardeep Malik coming from about 120 odd yards. And safety
These
on the
screens are
left-hand side.
really small. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, blink and you miss.
Yeah. You gotta be dead-eye Dominic with this.
I think I'm going to use that one. Dead-Eye Dominic. That's a good one.
Well, Shorty has got that 2 shot lead back, but no, sorry, it's 1 shot. Aman Raj is just birdied the 14th hole par 5, so he's at 20 under now.
Another opportunity to look at Angachima's resurrected short game.
This is a 40 odd yard pitch, so this is not actually that. It never troubled him earlier, but he's just air-mailed it.
Yeah, he's missed the green, which is not too difficult to do because the greens are such
So
small
small,
targets that. So don't feel too bad about it, Anga. The greens are really small.
It's like I remember some of the tee boxes in some golf courses, are this size.
Yeah, and if you ever played on a golf course where the greens are temporary, it's very difficult to chip when you're about 30 yards away.
Yeah.
Because you don't know whether you.
I'd rather have
shot-
it 80 yards.
Yeah, either 80 or right next to it. It's very difficult
Yeah.
from that 30-yard range because you can't.
Either hit it on the edge of the green in 2 or on the green, whatever, or 80 yards. And you know,
Exactly.
okay, I know this yardage, I know how much to hit.
Yeah, so he's put himself in a spot where bowler has under.
I would say that's no man's land. When you are like 60, 50, 40 yards.
But I'm excited on a different topic. I'm excited to see our Indian players doing so well at the international series.
So I think Richard Bland won the Senior Open and the Senior PGA on the Champions Tour.
And so if you look at the lead is at 10 under par. And currently, Kochar is 3 shots away in English conditions. And he's. I would have thought that.
This is after the second round.
Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah.
One second, let me put it back after the third round. So he's. After 3 rounds, Karandeep Kochar is at 5 under. The lead is at 12 under par. Jeev Milka Singh is at 5 under. So maybe in with an outside shot, 7 shots behind. But that's still brilliant play.
Yeah.
English conditions, you know how wet and damp and windy it will
You
be.
can see the top 3 are live players there. Peter Uline, Harold Warner the third, HR3 as they call him, and Richard Bland, Caleb Surat.
Amardeep Malik now.
Yeah.
Angachima now after that miscue.
To give you an idea how precise you need to be, Amar's putt was longer than Angar's chip, which he airmailed the green with.
Yeah.
So he hasn't missed it by much, Shaurya. Just maybe a couple of yards.
Flubbed this one.
Yeah, his hands just got behind on that. He's just too quick in the transition. Got grass.
Compounding of errors now.
He's
2 shots and yet to reach the green from 30 yards. That can happen, yeah.
Lokrat Singh Gill, the third member of this trio. He's 16 under presently and a tie for 11th. So it's just a money country. Every shot is worth a lot of money. Good roll on that ball, Shaurya. He had it tracking.
Yeah, just about left in the mouth.
Amar cleaning up.
Angad Chima with his bogey putt.
No, he still haven't got. He's still not on the putting
But
surface.
he's using the putter, so. This has been a long week for the players. The practice round, then the pro-am. It's been almost 6 days of golf
Yeah.
for a lot of the players. And
It is good to see a Sunday finish, though.
Yeah.
It's something which doesn't
You want
happen.
to see more of it. That's why they call it the weekend.
Yeah.
And I mean, the members have a great deal in that decision, and it's good that they support golf wholeheartedly, because the golf course is not accessible to them for those days. So it's very good that.
And it's in pristine condition, this golf course. The greens are rolling really well.
Let's see if the putter can get him out of jail this time.
Yeah, it just bobbled on him.
Yeah, I know. So that's going to still that is not really stopping. So this seems like a
And
Shakespeare.
Angad's at 19 under.
It seems like a Shakespearean nightmare novel. This is going on and on and on. It's
Reminds me of one of those holes he played in Jamshedpur, remember? When he was right there,
Yeah.
him and Gaganjeet were battling it out.
yes. So that would be his putt for double bogey, if I'm not wrong.
No, that's a par 5. So he was hitting his third shot of the green, then his fourth shot of the green. That's a swift, and this is a bogey putt.
This is a bogey putt. Yeah.
Well, Satat Talwar also made bogey here. So it's not. We'll see 2 bogeys in the top 5. If Angad were to make this one. Good 6 feet, 7 feet past the hole. Well done, young man. That was a tester. Aman Raj has just birdied number 15, the par 3, and joined Shaurya Binu on top at 21 under. Veer Ganpati with his second shot on the par 5, 14th hole from the fairway. Aryan Rupa Anand with his second on number 14. Looks like he's hoiked it left. Correct side to miss it though. And he's got a lot of green to work with, so. And next, Shaurya Binu would come. Seems to have played into the other fairway. Interesting ploy. Well, Saptak Talwar has just birdied number 17 to join Veer and Sachin at 19 under. I still think 22 at least. Shaurya. Not 21.
Yeah, not 21. It's definitely going to be 22. Maybe even 23 with the last being a par 5. So could well be 23.
Well, the leaders have Shaurya Binu still has the par 5 to play, which is a very relatively easy hole today. Number 14. Though we have seen 2 bogeys out there, but all to do with that third miscue, the miscue that Angat we just saw make.
Yeah, that was.
He just made a bogey from 50 yards.
Yeah, unforced error. But that can happen on these greens. He doesn't need to beat himself over it. And it's very easy to do that, to be honest with you, because when you're hitting from 30 yards, you really have no space to drop it. You can't pitch it on the green.
But he's 3 shots adrift. He's running out of holes now. And I would love to see where our leader group has hit their second shots on the par 5. We saw Aryan Anand hit it out to the left. Shaurya Binu played in the other fairway. Maybe it's an easier approach from there. And Raj has resurrected his round as well. He was par after the first 9. He's birdied 2 out of the last 5 holes.
It'll be interesting to note how he deals with this shot, having seen him on that previous hole. So I think it's going to be a difficult shot for him because he's not generating spin from this distance. He has that more
he's
long.
Be really precise with the way he lands this ball. But he's got about 5 feet to land this ball.
Yeah, he likes to go with the long, high, languid sort of. I think he's done exceedingly well.
Exceedingly well from there.
Good shot. Has a realistic shot at birdie and to get to 20 under par. He's hanging in there. The birdies have dried up for Veer. Only 2 today. It's always difficult to follow up a 9 under par round with another stellar round.
Yeah. He had a 63 the first round as well. Then followed that with a 68 and a 61. He's 100 today, so you can see that. I think that unnecessary bogey on number 9 from the fairway on a par 5. After you hit the drive on the fairway and you have a reachable par 5 and you end up making 6, that's a big momentum shift. Mindset shift, everything. So that derailed him a bit. Shaurya Binu sizing up what looks to be like an eagle putt on number 14. That's our mobile leaderboard, or sorry, the stationary one behind the 14th green. Shaurya with his eagle attempt on number.
It's looking good.
Yeah, he had a tracking. Anyway, 4 is always a good score on a par 5. Well,
Amit, question for you in your heyday. How long were you able to carry the driver? What is your carry distance on the driver?
you give me this driver in my heydays and I'll tell you how far I can carry it. And this is not a competition because these guys are playing with equipment which is far superior to what we played with.
But
I can tell you, if I give them my driver, which I started playing golf with, my father used to hit it really far. He could hit his 3-wood about 290.
oh,
And it was the wooden 3-wood. And I don't think many can do it right now.
well, that's ridiculous. A wooden 3-wood going 290 with those old golf balls.
Yeah. And I remember the ball name also, B65I Dunlop. Yeah, he just misread that a bit.
Yeah, came out of it a little.
He looks very natural putting though, which I like. He doesn't look like he's tight or
And what I've seen that he's not overawed by the occasion.
Yeah, he's giving it his best. I would say that bogey on number 9 was a momentum changer for swinger for him. I would say he was ascending and it just stalled him. And he's 2 shots back behind Shaurya, and that's Shaurya birdie number
That's
9.
a fantastic putt by Aaron, who's making a run of his own. Now gets to 18 under par. 3 behind the leader. Leaders, my apology.
Shaurya has putted very well today. He's made a few good putts of length. And all those testers he's made actually. He hasn't missed any of those testers. And that's important if you want to close out a golf tournament. Not make these mistakes which like this, missing a small part or not making a necessary up and down or making a bogey on a par 5 after hitting the fairway, right? These are mistakes that you need to
I
avoid.
guess somewhere during the course of a round, you do have a few unforced errors, and the point is, if you're a good player, you just carry on like nothing has happened and continue with your natural game.
But if I've for example, I was watching the U.S. Open this year, and on one of the par 5s, I remember Rory, I think it was the 5th hole or whatever par 5 they have there. He hit it to about 15 feet at 1 point for eagle. Then the ball trickled off the green, went into that native area into a footprint. And he actually had to plate it into the bunker and made bogey. And that ball was 15 feet from the hole at 1 point, where it stopped and then it trickled off the green. So, he ended up making bogey on that par 5. It's a 2-shot swing.
Straight away.
Yeah, and it was just maybe 6-8 inches from finding the shelf where it would not roll off from. So you can see Shaurya Buinu has just birdied the par 5. He's gone to 22 under. And he's one shot in the lead.
Aman Raj has made back-to-back birdies on 14 and 15, so he's not letting go either. And he's a seasoned campaigner, is Aman Raj. I think he should stick to that parabolic ball flight of his. Seems to suit him really well. But I feel that he would hit it longer with the driver if he would change that. You think, or that launch pattern allows him?
I think it's he's used to seeing the ball fly this way now. It's going to be very difficult for him to envision anything else. He chips and putts well. He hits it straight.
Pukraj, we've seen him miss a few of these today. Oh, just yes, and he's exhausted.
Yeah, it meant a lot to him, that putt, you can see. And Saptak has birdied number 17 to move to 19 under. So that bogey on number 14, the par 5 by Saptak as well, is going to haunt him if he were to come up short. Sachin Basoya is our clubhouse leader presently at 19 under. He's shot 63 today, 7 under. Karan Pratap Singh, who was well and truly in the thick of things till he bogeyed number 12. He's at 70 under now. He was one shot behind he had the share of the lead at one point.
Left-right putt for Angad. It's again one of those putts that you need to keep just inside the putt, inside the cup, and make sure that you hit it firm. These never quite go in if you hit them soft.
Yeah, you need to stay committed to what you decide.
Yeah,
and he's putted really well. He held that return putt, by the way, on the par 5, which is it's, when things start to unravel, it's important to make sure you curb the damages.
Yeah, you got to make sure that the wheels don't come off. Hold on.
You better get used to calling him that now, because that's his name now. You can see Pukraj. It used the whole hole. Came in through the side door drunk and fell in. Our leaders have made their way to the 15th tee, the par 3. Beautiful drone view of the golf course. Beautiful playing conditions this week. Weather-wise too. This is views of the Jaya Chamaraja Vadiyar Golf Club in Mysuru. This is the par 5 18th hole. Divyanshu Bajaj Jetmilani on your screen, playing his last hole of the tournament. Currently at 12 under, not having a good day today. 2 over par today. Started the day at 14 under. Akshay Sharma. Just pulling that one a bit. Beautiful drone view. Here is our updated leaderboard. Shaurya Binu, 1 shot ahead. 4 holes to go. He's just birdie 13 and 14, so he's on a roll. Our club leader currently is Sachin Basoya. Satak Talwar having a really good day, other than the blemish on number 14, the par 5, where he bogeyed. Karan Pratap Singh playing number 18. Hop, skip and jump. He's found the putting surface. Going to have a really good look at 3. Yes. Going to chip and or putt straight up the hill.
Some brilliant camera work right there.
Yeah, it's not the easiest job to track the ball from beginning to end, I can tell you.
That's a specialized skill in itself.
Yeah. I think the cameramen at a golf event us have so many more challenges than one at a cricket stadium, where the ball is just going 50, 60, 70 yards. This ball is traveling over 200 meters, most of the time when they're tracking it, and it's much smaller in size.
And it's at a higher velocity.
And higher velocity, and it's much more camouflaged with the surroundings. Udyan Mane.
The Mane not camouflaged with that red t-shirt. Clearly visible.
Yeah. Looks like he's found a little bit of trouble off the tee. He's laid up, he's, working on getting that wedge close. So many different ways of making a birdie. Good lines in his setup, good posture.
Where is he?
I think you got to bring it in over the tree, shorty out on this hole.
It
He's
also
just got a little bit of
few
timber.
leaves as well.
Yeah, he got a little bit of the timber, but you got to bring it over the tree. It's not the easiest wedge shot.
Splendid view.
Because generally, the professional golfers like to hit our wedges low and spinning, right? And
Yeah.
this is a different shot. It's a high spinning shot. Yeah, he's playing alongside Karan Pratap Singh and Sanit Bishnoi. Sanit on your screen. Sanit's sister Gorika Bishnoi is also a professional golfer who plays on the Ladies European Tour. She was caddying for him last year during the Grant Thornton event, I remember.
Quite a few of lady professionals from India now on the Ladies European Tour.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well. Twesa Malik is doing well. Then Diksha Dagar. And yeah, there are like 5 or 6 of them. I'm not sure. Mani Kapoor. I'm not sure of all their names, but yeah, there are quite a few of them.
It's happened over the last 10 years. Prior to that, there were not many. I think Simi Mehra obviously is the flag bearer in that aspect.
Absolutely.
But,
She actually, sacrificed her career on the LPGA to come and grow the WGI. She came back and played in India and promoted the WGI when in its nascent years. So, kudos to her for doing that. And, she could have easily stayed back in America and played on the LPGA. And the WGI right now, the DLF is such a big supporter of them. If you are WGI member, you have playing rights on the DLF Golf and Country Club.
That's really
That's
something.
a big thing.
Yeah.
A professional golfer has a place to go and practice and play on a world-class facility. I say probably one of the best facilities
In the world.
In the world.
I mean, no doubt about
So
that.
having, giving that to the lady professional golfers, kudos to them for doing that. The president of the WGI is Kavita Singh. So a very good friend of mine is on the board, Ritika Modi. She's the daughter of Billu Sethi. So there's a lot of golf in that culture.
That's good to see. And you can see what our players are capable of, whether they're gentlemen golfer or lady golfers. They really,
Yeah.
sky's the limit.
That's a
Just
really
about
good try
spreading
there.
the ball.
Arjun, 18 under presently. He knows he needs to put a move on. He's playing alongside Aman Raj, who's 21 under.
Birdies are dried up for Arjun. He'll remain at 18 under par with the final hole to play. So maybe make an eagle there, get to 20 under par. But yeah, that seems like a bridge too far, to be honest, for him. He's not been able to get it going on the back nine.
Veer has just birdied number 15, the par 3, so he's moved to 20 under as well. So he's still in it. Shorty has parred number 15, so he's one shot closer. He's just 2 shots back now. That could be a momentum changer, Shaurya. For the young man, he just must. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel after that birdie. Karthik Sharma. That's the story of his day so far. Near misses. Like I said earlier, I'm now, ever since I've started doing the commentary and I've seen him, he's been around the leader group quite a few times.
Yes.
I've now seen him hold a long putt. Surprising. Everybody has done something, not him.
I'm sure it's a matter of time. He's also a very deliberate player. That's something that I've noticed. And deliberate is a euphemism for not fast. So
He's like you?
no, it takes a special talent to be like that. But I've seen that that comes in the way. To be honest with you, Amit, that comes in the way of holding long putts.
I think it's indecision most of the
Yeah.
time that makes you take a little longer over your decisions.
And it's you lose that feel, that that natural reaction, your first instinct, and you only hold long putts if you just freewheel a little
Yeah,
bit.
absolutely. I agree with you on that. Holding long putts, you almost like you want to almost walk up to the putt and hit it, without.
Like that famous putt by Jack Nicklaus, how he hold it, like I think about 15 years ago. Johnny Miller and all of them were on that green. That was just.
Luckily that hit the hole. That was traveling.
But that was the greatest moment. I would think that was, as they say.
You can see this is almost like a freewheeling long putt.
Yeah, and he's got it.
Tracking.
He's got it.
and
He's got it.
he's
This is what you need.
22 under now.
22 under par. This is heating up is the competition, and that's what that's the X factor. You need those putts. You need to make those putts when you are in the midst of the battle. It's all happening right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's just.
And for those of you joining us right now, we'd like to tell you that there is still time to enjoy and look at that putt. And look at that fist pump. That is exuberance right there. You'll be live from Mysore for the Mysuru Open 2024 presented by JWGC, Jayachamraja Wadiyar Golf Club. This tournament has a bevy of stars, international players, national champions in the field, and currently leading the tournament, Aman Raj and Shaurya Binu. Youngster Veer Ganpati also putting on a fantastic show, 2 shots behind, alongside Saptak Talwar, that had the best round of the day thus far at 17 under par. The associate sponsor for this tournament is Cycle Pure Agarbatti, and this is the inaugural event, and it's come along really well. There's a lot of suspense. There's been a lot of birdies, and free to go.
I think it's still very much open. We could have a say in it if he birdies one of the next 2 holes. He could have a say in it. He needs to make at least 2 coming in, at least. And Aman Raj is really, look at his back nine. Actually, he's blemish free today. Aman Raj is. Sorry,
Then Mane finishing, cleaning up.
That was a par putt on number 17 for Aman Raj. It wasn't a birdie putt.
Oh, that was a par putt.
Yeah, that changes things. So
he stays the 1 shot behind. That makes that putt even all the more important that he didn't drop a shot.
You can see there's a lot of people following the golf now because they have local lads in the final group: Aryan Rupanand, Shaurya Binu, and Veer Ganpati. Veer, the son of Rahul Ganpati, who is from Mysuru. He's learned all his golfing tricks there.
Yeah, after finishing the roundup. All smiles there.
It's going to be exciting finish. I think I would love to see Veer have a say in it, though.
He does at this point in time. He just needs to make 2 birdies coming in. 3 holes, 2 birdies.
And a par 5, one of them. So it's doable. He's just birdied number 15th after a long haul. The last birdie he had before that was on number 7.
Brilliant birdie by Veer on 15th. So that keeps him 2 shots behind. Just two more over the last three holes.
Aryan and Veer on the fairway on number 16. So is Shaurya. Shaurya to go for first. I think he's already hit his approach into number 16. Fairways look really plush.
A sizable divot. Oh,
That's
fantastic shot.
Really good approach there by our leader Shaurya Binu into number 16.
Now, if you can make that, I would think that's pretty much done and dusted then. Two shots with 3 holes to go.
Aryan Rupanand with his approach into 16.
Also, I think has had a similar fate as Angad Chima did on that hole. Small greens, very difficult, especially coming off this crab grass. Sometimes in the fairway, you can catch a flyer where the ball travels further than intended.
Yeah, they're playing preferred lie, so you're not going to catch a flyer unless you hit it fat. Hit ball first, no flyer.
Hit ball first, ball go far.
Goes the correct distance also in case if you catch the grass behind the ball and after taking a preferred lie, generally you hit it fat.
There we have a look at the players.
Well, Veer has just short-sighted himself. He might have looked pretty good in the air though. Yeah, so it's a pretty straightforward chip.
Let's see if he.
Yeah,
That's a good shot by Shaurya, almost making it there.
no, that's
Not Shaurya, my
Aryan.
apologies. That's Aryan. Brilliant chip. Would you prefer for the players to try and pitch it on the green from here, or maybe just try and bump and run and pitch it on the apron?
I would actually prefer to pitch it up. At least that takes. He needs to try to make this one. If he's pitching it short, there's you don't know how
defensive,
it's going to react when it pitches on the fringe.
On these kind of shots, better players normally give it more airtime.
Yeah, more is softer, and they will give it more airtime because the moment you give it more airtime, you can actually be a little more aggressive. Yeah, good technique there.
That's a brilliant shot.
See, I
That's
told
a
you that's
really
that's
good
the
shot.
flight that you needed to put on that ball. Well, we're in the fag end of things out here at the Mysuru Open 2024, hosted by JWGC and supported by Cycle Pure Agarbattis. And we have on our screen Our tournament leader, Shaurya Binu, he's 22 under. A putt to take him to 23 under. And this will actually put the nail in the coffin if he does make it.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
But golf is a funny game. You never know.
Of course, I mean, unless something untoward happens or somebody makes an eagle on the last two shots or the last three holes for him, last two rather, but indeed, he can coast to victory with pars, I feel, after that.
Yeah. Makes this, he can par his the next two holes and still win.
Yeah, Aman Raj. Yeah, then Aman Raj would need to make an eagle in the last shot. Or Veer Ganpati make 3 birdies on the trot. So I would think this is pretty much the putt for the tournament.
No, Veer's lost his opportunity to make 3. He's already finished this also.
Not so easy.
He got fooled out there. I think he misread it.
Yeah, turn the other way on him.
Mm-hmm. Aman Raj playing number 18. Not sure if it's his second or third shot though.
Yeah, he seems to have some sort of a wedge, shorter club in his hand. I doubt that it's his second shot.
Yeah, come on, Avansh, give us a Patna special. Get it close.
Or maybe it is his second. He seems to be. No, can't quite tell. I'm not certain if it's. I think would be his second if it's that errant. Couldn't have been his third
Yeah,
shot.
it's a small target for a mid iron also.
As the PGTI makes its debut at a new venue and a new city. And we are joined by the committee members and the president of the JWGC today. They are here with us to tell us more about what has exactly gone into running this event and making it a grand success that it has been. First, I would like to ask the president, Dr. Abraham Thomas, how did this event come about and a little bit about the history of the JWGC? Sir.
Thank you. This event came about with a talk with Golf Karnataka when we had an opening here. And our pro golfers who have been playing throughout the country, like Yashas and Alap, came up to me and told that, okay, we should host a pro tournament in Mysuru, being a good course which has got a good ambience. We are capable enough to host a good professional golf tour. So that's how this idea cropped up, and then we took this idea seriously and got into my committee members, everybody into it. We had a key role to play because it's a very big event, and the first time we're hosting in a city like Mysore, this huge number of golfers. Normally we used to host the amateur tours, the amateur tournament and all that. So holding an amateur tournament is a little easy affair for us. But a professional tournament of the first kind of a thing which is going on, we took it up seriously, and thanks to my team, we have come up doing it very well. Coming back to JWGC, this club has been formed 30 years back. But golf course has been in existence for more than 100 years. In 1906, the then erstwhile Maharaja of Mysore had thought of playing golf, polo and horse racing in this property. So today we have JWGC along with Mysore Race Club Limited. We have horse racing as well as golfing going on here, and a fantastic ambience for both golf enthusiasts and racing enthusiasts, as it gives a green environment throughout the field here. And JWGC has produced a number of professional golfers in women's as well as in men. Today we have with us Pranavi and Vidatri playing from JWGC to the country, and we have 3 of our boys shining here, Alap, Yashas and Dhruv Bopana and Aryan Rupanand. So This is how JWGC is grown up to the state.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable insight.
See, we are back with our live coverage. Thank you, Nikhil.
Now back to Karthik.
Playing his last hole.
Maybe he can chip this one. Putt has not been yielding too many good results. Let's see if the sandwich can do the magic. That's a brilliant shot.
Yeah, it just feeds off a little more than you would like. I mean, I've seen a lot of balls come not holding the green once it gets past the hole. He's we were interested to know what shot Aman is playing right now, whether it's his fourth or third. A little bit of Suresh, our referee from Chennai, giving Arjun relief from the advertisement board. Arjun currently at 18 under, 3 under today. He's been birdie free this back nine, something which he would not have wanted at all. 18 under, currently in a tie for 7th, alongside Udayan Mane and Angad Chima. The leader currently Shaurya Binu at 22 under. A shot
It's going to be quite a difficult shot for Arjun coming up. It's going to test.
Yeah, you can see that the grain is growing against him. He's going to grab his club. So
And I don't know if that those branches are going to come in the way either.
he's going to, a little bit slow through it, and you're going to come up woefully short. Yeah, but done a really good job with it, Shaurya.
Hasn't he done exceedingly well? And you saw the way he sort of let the club head bounce do all the work. He just kind of left the club there. That was fantastic.
He didn't muscle it. He let the club also do its work.
Yeah, you could see that. That requires a lot of touch. It looks easy, but it's so difficult what he did right there.
So Aman Raj looks like I'm not sure which shot of his.
I'm pretty certain that could only have been a second. Because
he won't miss by that much with the wedge.
If it was his third, he would have laid up. So now you'll see a very good chipping action here. Look at that. Makes it look really simple, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's nothing succeeds like success. And if you have hit a few good chips, you get confident of what you're doing. And he's continuously hitting good ones.
But he's got good technique. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen him on the chipping. Like, they're ball strikers that produce different sound. Like you're saying, when Jyoti hits it, there's a different sound. I want you to see Aman Raj on the chipping green. You'll notice there's a very distinct sound when he hits a chip shot. It's very pure each and every time. He releases the club and uses the bounce. It's just really nice what he does, and that's how he's able to shoot such deep scores. And mind you, he's not a long hitter by any yardstick. He's a very medium hitter. He maybe carries the driver 275 at most.
Yeah.
So even with that kind of length, he's dominating.
You can see this green is just 24 paces deep. This is one of the bigger greens they have.
Okay, so this is going to be the putt that Karthik will finally make. Maybe not a long one, but at least let's get this
on live television. Come on, Karthik, you can do it.
Should break from his left to right. Is technically speaking an easy putt for the left-hander. Yes, well
Okay, you
done.
made one. I'm happy that he. Yeah, it's a fact. I've never seen him make a big putt.
I'm sure that that time will come around as well. Karan Pratap Singh ended his round in style
Yeah.
with an eagle on 18.
He hit his second shot, and it just. I think he's coming from the first cut. It just dipped below the tree, scooted up that slope, almost hit the flag, went over the green, and but he was on the fringe. He had a very makeable putt. We didn't see it on our telecast that whether he made it or not, but now we can see that he's made it. But yeah, it was really good second shot.
That moves him to 19 under par. And for a lot of these players who would want to venture out, and I think from this list, it's almost all of them, they'll be getting world ranking points as well. And I think for somebody like Veer Ganpati,
Top five get right.
Yeah.
Top five, and this putt fortune will get him that OWGR.
And
He's currently 18 under in seventh position. Making this one will get him into a tie for fifth, alongside Sachin Basoya and Karan Pratap Singh.
keeps the putter quite far away.
Yeah.
Perfect. Makes that putt. What a brilliant week for Arjun. 19 under par. And that'd be good enough for a tie fifth position, which should be, I think, maybe four, somewhere between 4 and 5 lakh.
Yeah, let me just get back to you on that.
While we have a look at Aman Raj, which appears to be a mere formality.
Okay, so fifth place. Let's see. Fifth place is 3.99% of the prize money, which is 3,99,900. And so he's going to be. So we are
Fourth
around.
position then.
What, 3.5 lakh rupees?
Fourth position then, ideally, because there's so many people tied on that. And Aman also makes his putt, so Aman would finish at 22 under par, if that in fact was a birdie.
Yeah. We're not sure. We have to come back on that, whether that was a birdie putt or not. But if it was, then it's a two-way tie on top again with Shaurya Binu and Aman Raj. Aman 600 till that hole for the day.
You have Amardeep Malik. Both Aman and playing the 18th hole, or this, yeah, the 18th hole.
This is our penultimate group, though. This is the group of Angad Chima, Amardeep Malik, and Pukhraj Singh Gill. Sandhu, sorry. Yeah, sorry, Gill.
Yes.
Gill. I was right. Well, our leaders are still to finish number 17, which will give us a little more clarity about as in relation to the outcome of this event. The crowd would love to see Veer go 3-3, wouldn't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mr. M.S. Yashwant. Sir, good afternoon. Would just like to ask you, how's it been having an event here at the JWGC for the first time?
As I always, earlier told in the press conference, it's a historical moment for JWGC and its members. We thank the board of PGTI for coming all the way to Mysuru and having this wonderful tournament here. And we look forward to having you all year on year. And thanks a lot for coming to Mysuru.
Thank you, sir. So you heard it.
Back with our live telecast. Angad Chima playing his last hole, the par 5. Angad presently at 19 under. Good second shot though. It must have looked really good to him. Maybe a half a club short. But this hole, the tree in front on the right, you're almost forced to hit it to the left, because with a long iron, if you get it over the tree, it's going to fly the green.
Pukhraj likes to play left-right, so it should be quite an easy shot for him.
Yeah, this ideal one would be a really high fade, starting on the left edge of the green, bleeding right.
Let's see if he's able to execute that. Certainly looks that way.
I think it's going the other way though. It's going left.
It's not too bad, not too far
Yeah,
for a flag stick.
pretty straightforward, up and down for birdie. Well, up and down day for him. He makes a few birdies, then he makes drops a few shots, and he makes a few birdies. That's what he's even par today. 15 under for the tournament. So Aman Raj did birdie the last hole. He is tied for the lead alongside Shaurya Binu at 22 under.
Yes, that putt that Shaurya missed. Amardeep Malik has hit a big drive. He's outdriven Pukhraj.
I don't know what Pukhraj has to say about that, but
Yeah. Amardeep can also get the ball out there. He's worked a lot on his physicality over the years.
And pausing and hitting actually takes the kinetic energy away from the shaft.
It's a good shot right there.
The change in direction gives kinetic energy, which is transferred into the ball. So when you're actually pausing and hitting, though you're getting the timing correct, but the kinetic energy in the shaft is less. So you don't actually hit it that far.
Okay.
That's why you see Bryson and the long drivers, they really take it fast, because the moment they take it fast, there's kinetic energy in the shaft.
All smiles. These two have played a lot of games together at Noida and Greater Noida, these golf
The
courses.
Veer and Shaurya both have par number 17, so Veer has his work cut out. He has to make 3 and hope Shaurya doesn't make 4 or better.
3 is a possibility on this hole. If you can just get your drive in the center of the fairway, Veer is long enough to get there,
Yeah, everybody's long enough to get home in 2, but Shaurya he's got 2 shots, and his 3 and hope he does not make 4 or better, right? That is the way Shaurya's played. Anyway, golf's a funny game. Next 10 minutes will show us how this unfolds. You can see This is the mobile scoreboard for the group. So the last four groups have mobile scoreboards with them, so the galleries know the position and score of the player in the group. Angat with a long eagle putt on number 18, currently at 19 under. Suresh, one of the referees this week from Chennai. First to go would be Pukhraj. Yeah, I just checked up on him a little faster than he expected. Still pretty straight up putt up the hill for his birdie. Next to go will be Angachima. The third member of this group, Amaldeep Malik, a bit closer for his eagle. You can see in the background the partnership of the PGTI along with the DP World Tour and the PGA Tour. He's looked at this from every angle possible. He knows how important this is. This is to go to 21 under in solo third position. Let's see if he's good enough. Just needs to slow down a bit. Yeah, not all in all, not too bad a result. Would have liked to miss it on the higher side though. Or hold it actually. But pretty good effort from there. Had a little bit of the call of the green impeding his backswing. Amardeep with his eagle attempt on number 18 coming up. And you can see in the background our leader group has made itself onto the fairway on number 18. And this one turns quite a lot, so you must have seen it from Angat's putt. Let's see if we can read it correctly. Yeah, started up far enough. Just ran out of steam towards the end. 1 foot left for his birdie. Well, Amardeep deciding to tidy up and leave the stage clear for Angad and Pukraj. Shaurya's equivalent of Brooks Koepka.
Absolutely. I often wonder if our top players go through that same sort of physical regime that Bryson put himself through, 7 protein shakes and whatnot. I mean, what all can they achieve? He gained about 25 yards when he gained, I think, good 30 pounds of muscle and trained in a very scientific.
More than 35 yards. Much more.
Much more?
Yeah, much more. He was very average. He was like a 280, 85 carry off the tee earlier. He's like 330.
So, because he did some, I don't know what he did.
Actually, more than 330. He's more like 340. He can actually carry it 370 if he wants.
But then, so what's stopping a lot of our strong Indian players? But that's very difficult to get that kind of knowledge. I mean, how do you? I remember you saying he was consuming 7 protein shakes. That definitely can't be healthy for the.
Not only that, he was, he did something. He did speed training. He took a lot of this training methodology out of baseball, and he hit a lot of balls in the net to build up speed. When you hit the ball in the net and you take the result out, you work. The only result you want to see is on your launch monitor, which is the distance you got or the swing speed you achieved. Then you can keep cranking it up. Your exercise needs to support it. So should your diet and your rest and your recovery. But it's a long process.
But he took it to a next level, even beyond what Tiger did. Great part by Angad. And Tiger just worked out and became a lot stronger, and he was already longer than anyone when he came on the scene. But Bryson did something revolutionary, if you ask me.
So that birdie takes Angad to 20 under in a tie for third alongside Veer and Saptak. And this is our final group hitting the second shots into number 18. This is probably the most important shot Veer has hit in his life so far.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Just his whole mannerism and his attitude has been great. This one just come up short. I think I can see Veer's ball there as well, just short of the green on the right. That was Aryan Rupanand. Not sure where our tournament co-leader is right now, Shaurya Binu. We might be heading into a playoff, Shaurya, because it looks like Shaurya is not in a direct flight path to the green. He hasn't cleared the corner.
Yes, getting exciting here. Let's see who will answer the clarion call.
Aryan Rupa having a disastrous number 16. He made quadruple there and quadruple 8. Presently at, I think he's par or 1 over for the day. 1 over.
Yeah, it's been a difficult day for him. At 14 under for the tournament and sitting in at 21st position. And just a roundup of things here from Mysuru at the Mysuru Open 2024 hosted by JWGC. I'm Shaurya Singh, your host, joined alongside my co-host Amit Dubey, and we're bringing to you this championship which boasts of a prize fund of 1 CR And it's the 14th tournament of the calendar year on the Professional Golf Tour of India, led currently by the seasoned veteran, actually not a young seasoned veteran, Aman Raj, the phenom from Patna, and Shaurya Binu, the youngster, at 22 under par. We still have one hole to go. From the looks of it, it seems like we're going to go into extra time. And the best round of the day thus far belongs to Saptak Talwar at 7 with around a 7 under par.
Yeah, Aman also shot 7 under.
Yes.
Yeah, and so did Sachin Basoya. To 363s in the top
I think,
5.
I think prescription glasses are in order for me as well. 3 rounds of 7 under par today.
Well, from the looks of things, I don't see Shaurya in the shortcut, so not sure where he is. Shaurya Binu, I mean, not you. So let's see how this unfolds. We might not go into extra time. Well, 1800 is in a tie for 9th position in this event. Finally, we'll have a look at how this thing is unfolding with a final threesome. We will have to hold out if he wants to have any say in the result of this tournament.
It's been a fairly exciting tournament thus far. What does the 18th have in store for us? That is cooling off.
Yeah, it's kind of a tricky chip from down there. He's got to come up that ledge, and then once it gets past the hole, it's really fast. And it's given Veer a very good idea of what's going to happen once the ball hits the putting surface. And first look at our co-leader, Shaurya. Not sure how many he lies there.
Yeah, we'll soon find out. Aryan having a little bit of a rough end to his tournament.
Yeah, he's
played beautifully all around, but such is luck and the roll of the dice. Gaurav Pratap Singh really finishing off in style. He's made 6 birdies over the last 10 holes to shoot a 5 under and be a 15 under par, 17th position. So well played by Gaurav Pratap Singh from Noida.
I think GP started on the back nine, so he's actually he was 5 under in his first.
As you have a look at Shaurya now, this is a pivotal shot. We've seen a few good chip shots from this side. Let's see if he can do the same. Seems to have that abbreviated finish. That should help him. It's come off well.
Yeah.
Oh, that left a fantastic shot.
Yeah, left himself below the hole also. So.
One thing I'm seeing, we talk about the physical prowess and how these players are striking it better. I've also seen a marked improvement in the standards of short game from years past.
Yeah, and also, Shaurya.
And the quality of shots that they're hitting.
And I can tell you another thing, that the conditions of play also have increased tremendously on all golf courses. You've been privy to how rough the conditions around the greens used to be.
Yes.
We used to always, some of the tournaments, I remember, you had to just take out a putter, you had no choice. Oh, that patch just caught the ball a bit. Did you see that?
Yeah, that's not lucky, but we can be proud. I mean, he's really put on a show, and hopefully he'll make that putt, and he's in third. If he makes that putt, he would solo third.
Yeah.
And anyways, he gets those world ranking points.
Yeah, he gets the world ranking points, yes. The OWGR, and which will then, in his case, get converted into the WAGR. Arun Upanand with his birdie putt on number 18. Go in. Oh, okay, that will make lunch taste a little bit better.
All sins forgiven.
Yeah.
That's a great part by him, and that's what golf is. You'll just remember your last performance. He'll be happy.
You're as good as your last round.
Yes,
Yeah.
he'll be happy now.
In this case, his last hole. Crucial putt coming up for V is to take solo third position. He's had a good week this week. I like the way he's visualized that. Let's see if he can execute it also.
Oh yes, fantastic. Full effort.
Yeah. That was good finish by Veer.
Played ever so well. So we're with the final round of 3 under par. We can't fault him. How much more do you expect? He's shot a brilliant penultimate round and a good round today. Only one mistake, and unfortunate not to reach that number of 22 under par, which eventually might not be good enough to win anyways, because Shaurya Binu has this to reach 23 under par.
Yeah, I'm not sure though. We don't know how much he's here in. We never saw him with his second shot.
I don't think he'll be there in 3. It's just safe to assume. You can tell by the body language, and you can tell a lot by what this putt is for. Should break a little to his left.
He's not got much in it though, because the green is going the other way. So, right in, right edge, max.
Okay. Right in firm should do it. Yeah, now you know what that putt was for. Now you know what that putt was for.
Yeah.
It was for the championship.
Well done, Shaurya. I think his second victory after where did he win?
Yeah, he won last year.
And Glade, no, where was he? Where did he win?
Brilliantly done by Shaurya.
Yeah. So, starting off yesterday, I remember when we started our commentary, I admired his technique, and I said, this boy he's got all the goods. Well played. Solid final round by Shaurya Binu.
Yeah, he won at the Dream Valley Presents Booty Masters this year. So, I think with a name like that, you can't go wrong.
Yeah.
So, he's done well. And I vicariously enjoy that victory. But fantastic. He really held his nerve, and he was so decisive right towards the end. And a word of appreciation for this player, Veer Ganpati, this youngster. That's a name that's going to be resounding for a long time. And there you have your champion, Shaurya Binu, winner of the Mysuru Open 2024, hosted by JWGC at the Jaya Chamraja Warrior Golf Club. This tournament, the associate sponsors were Cycle, Pure, Agarbatti. And just stay with us for a while we show you the highlights and then the prize ceremony. Some of the other noteworthy scores. Aman Raj, fantastic. He went toe-to-toe. He really gave him a good fight. 22 under par. Finished 22nd. Veer Ganpati, the young amateur, finishing 3rd. Saptak Talwar, Angad Chima, rounding up the top 5. And it's been a brilliant week. A brilliant inaugural.
That lady who's meeting in the print is Veer's mother, Anu.
They'll be a proud parent, and rightly so. I love the way he's handled himself as Veer, not too emotive.
I love the way I love the way he put it on the last hole. He visualized where he wanted to start. When he was absolutely clear on where he wanted that ball to start. That's when he walked up to it. Didn't waste any more time. Didn't second guess himself, and just went ahead and made a really good stroke on it. Clarity on your line actually helps you make a better stroke. So there on your screen is the updated leaderboard, our winner of the inaugural Mysuru Open, Shoya Binu. This is his second victory this year, having won in Booty earlier this year. The runner-up, Aman Raj, with a great final round of 63, coming up just short at 22 under. Great performance by the junior Veer Ganpati. Yes, the ninth hole maybe his undoing, the par 5 which he bogeyed in the middle, which stalled his progress. Led the tournament earlier in the day. The great final round by Saptak Talwar, also, bogeying one of the par 5s coming in. That could have been different if he had birdied that one. Then Angad, good performance again. He's been consistently good over the last 20 events or so. Karan Pratap Singh, also a good showing. Sachin, Arjun. And then Udayan and Amardeep. So, low scoring week this week.
Mr. Bopanna and Mr. Krishna here, please involved with this event through the tournament, through the weeks. Tell us how's it been, what all has gone into getting this course ready for this tournament?
So, we were in the past committee. I had been the past chairman for the tournaments in the thing. The first thing was during our previous meeting when the president said that we had to conduct the PGTI. So we were so excited. So there are a lot of things going to get all small, big, everything, because a lot of pros are coming and playing in Mysuru, and the first time we are playing. Before that we had conducted the Hero Women's Open and we had certain experience over that. And the time we said was, I asked the president who will sponsor. Main thing came into was that, thankful to Mr. Arjun Ranga, Cycle Pure, who has generously sponsored for this event and he has assured for the future sponsors also. And the other thing was doing how to organize. We need it's a small it's a big event. We had to give room organizing everything from food and beverages to the media. Everything, not even the players. It requires everything. So we started planning one by one, and we were worried about because it was rainy season too. We were worried about the rain, so how the rain god will play its role. Thankfully, it was only one night. It rained and delayed start. We couldn't finish that. But we had pitched in many of our volunteers to do the work, and all were helpful. I'm thankful to all our volunteers, even who have come and helped us in everything, and also in scoring. Basically, it's all new to us. Okay, and they adapted very nicely. And the PGTI team was so kind enough to educate us on everything, and we were very enthusiastic to learn also. Okay, this was the thing, and Coach Krishna will talk to you.
Hello. Well, organizing such a big tournament was always a challenge. The entire team was always there up for us. The small nitty-gritties, right from internets to transportation to food and beverage to learning of the things, and two wonderful people, co-superintendent and the greenkeeper, Mr. Nitin and Somaya. They have done a wonderful job. Thanks to the whole team, we had a lovely, enjoyable moment.
Yeah, I wanted to add one more thing. I was very excited when I heard that all of international players are coming, because I was 2.5 decades in a different ball game. I'm a former Indian hockey player, and I wanted to see the other internationals come and perform here. I don't see them. I met many of them, introduced myself, and they were also happy. I felt very happy with that. Thank you.
the brilliant trophies to the winner of the inaugural Mysuru Open, hosted by JWGC, the Jaya Chamaraja Vadiyar Golf Club in Mysuru.
And a magnificent looking trophy at that. It's going to be the envy of many and a pride on the mantle.
Yeah, it's good to see one of these trophies again. You know, the modern day tournaments the trophies have changed so much over the years. You know, you have now more. There's a lot of crystal. There's a lot of different designs. Sometimes I remember the one in Vuti has the Golconda Fort.
I think nothing can beat a big conventional trophy. If you look at all the major golf championships, they have something similar. And really, this is a fantastic player. I was most impressed by how composed he was right at the end, especially that chip.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of the players, they're making those chip shots look easy. They're able to.
I think I'm not sure if they were playing lift and place through the green, because they generally were getting really good lies. So I'm not sure, but it looked like they were playing lift and place throughout. And once that happens, chipping is so much more easy, you know. So. Beautiful drone view of the JWGC golf course, which is half of the golf course on the periphery of the racetracks, the horse racetrack, and some of the holes inside the periphery. You can see the amazing layout of the golf course in Mysuru. This is exciting finish. You can see how the water comes in on the par 3 6th hole on both sides of the green. The pin was right at the back today, so it was a tight pin position on the par 3 6th hole. I think these water hazards are very nicely placed. You know, they're exactly where this is that short par 3 sorry, 4 12th hole on your right. And when the wind blows in Mysore, Shaurya, it blows. I can tell you, it's a very windy golf course generally.
Look at some of the action. A lot of the birdies.
Yeah, all 3 birdied the last hole in the final group. So great grandstand finish. This is what we wanted to see. This drone footage is so mesmerizing, Shaurya.
Yeah, it puts you in a state of trance.
Yeah, it's so
And it
it's
shows
so
you.
serene and peaceful to look at.
It reminds me a little bit of Mumbai. The way it's very lush green.
Yeah,
Similar look.
and it's I love the way they've taken it around the racetrack and then taken it inside. So I would say this is a multi-sport arena. Horse racing and golf. It's horse racing and golf have always been very close to each other in this country. We have it in Guinea.
Yeah, especially if you look at it from our backgrounds, growing up, our fathers being in the forces, these two games are always intertwined.
Yeah, there's I think it's the Mahalakshmi race, but they don't have to have golf. But the golf course is right next to the.
Yes.
And then you have Gindi race course
In
Chennai, where the golf course is also inside.
Air Force
in Delhi in Delhi, they have the golf course within the around the racetrack. So quite a few actually, because it's a vast expanse of land. You can easily use it for golf because that's the only sport will allow you to. Both of them are very synergistic.
And you can see a few horses going through the paces, maybe getting ready for the next Grand Prix.
And the horse for this course this week was Shoya Binu.
Fantastic, and he really did come to the fore. For the longest time, it did look like Veer had a good lead at one point in time, but I think that ninth hole sort of is where the tide turned a little bit.
Yeah, he missed it on the wrong side. He short-sided himself. It was a very birdieable hole today. Yeah, almost everybody birdied it. And actually, only maybe he and one more player bogeyed it. So it's but all in all, good performance by the young lad. He's earned himself some OWGR, which is very important in as far as his ranking in the amateur ranks of this country is concerned. He will earn himself quite a bit of world amateur golf ranking points, which is that's how the team is decided for the bigger events. They go down the Indian Golf Union order of merit and also down the world amateur golf ranking. So half go from the Indian Golf Union and half go from the world amateur golf ranking, because some of the amateurs who are playing abroad in college golf, they get world amateur golf ranking. They do not play in the Indian Golf Union circuit. So anyway, Aman Raj, he always comes to the front when it matters. He played solid today.
Yeah, especially right at the end. I think all the players showed a lot of mettle, to be honest. Gone are the days when you used to see players really wilting under the pressure. It's very rare now. You see all of them just freewheeling and going through. Maybe that's just the younger generation where they're not scared, or the outcome doesn't matter too much. Or I'm not sure what that is, or maybe it's the training, the mental training or preparation.
And he was trying to hold out with his chip on the last. He knew that this would be the 23 would be the number. Yesterday we were talking about 23 hanging in there, could be, but 24. So it was one shot less than what I had actually predicted. You had gone for 22.
Yes.
And I had gone for 24. So we were 23 was the middle number. The stage is set for the prize distribution to honor our inaugural winner of the Mysuru Open. The golf course has really held up well. We had so much of rain this week. Not just the whole country has been raining all over the place.
Club. We witnessed some scintillating performances at the inaugural Mysuru Open hosted by JWGC this week from the likes of Aman Raj, Arjun Sharma, Shaurya Binu, teenage amateur Veer Ganapati, Angad Chima, Kartik Sharma, Kshitij Naveed Kaul and Amardeep Malik, as well as Saptak Talwar. At the end, we had the most deserving winner. Now to begin proceedings, I'd like to introduce our dignitaries here. Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO PGTI, Dr. Ibrahim Thomas, President JWGC, Mr. M.S. Yashwant, Captain, JWGC, Mr. Ryan Irani, Past President, IGU, Mr. Chandregowda, Chairman, Mysuru Race Club Limited, and His Highness Yaduvir Krishnadatta Chamarajavadiyar, Member of Parliament. To start off, I'd like to request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly make the opening address.
His Highness, other dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. What a great week in Mysuru. You know, this is, on Saturday morning I was discussing with my tournament director on the various possibilities of trying to finish our 4 days, especially after the rain on Friday and the weather forecast for Saturday. So, you know, that was a tough one to try and finish 4 days of golf before Sunday because we didn't keep a reserve day for a Monday. But fortunately, the weather gods stood by. So and here we are today. Some scintillating golf that you all have witnessed over these 4 days. I think, you know, it's been closely contested. Some great scoring, 9 unders, 8, 7s, galore. I mean, that speaks highly about the golf course and, of course, about the potential of the players. The kind of golf, the display that they have shown is amazing. Congratulations, Sawyer. Fantastic victory, my friend. Well, there you are. Second victory this year. First one, of course, in February at the Wooty. So, well done. Wish you the best. There are a lot of other players who've been in the fray. Well, I always say there's always the next week. We have plenty of events to go through till the end of December. So I guess wish you all the very best. Special congratulations to the youngster, Veer. Where are you, Veer? Fantastic, man. That's the way to go. What I admire most, even apart from your golf, has been the way you handled it. You know, it's been amazing. Kudos to the father, Rahul. Well done, my friend. You know, the golf course has been in amazing shape. I'd like to thank the JWGC for playing host, for giving us this fantastic venue to play on. I'd like to thank Abraham. Thank you very much, the President, Captain, Secretary, and the entire committee, actually, for working together, trying to help raise some part of the funds towards the prize money, which is a huge step for us. I mean, you know, the prize money being 1 crore rupees, it goes a long way for our players. And I'd like to thank Cycle Pure Agarbatti for their partnership with the PGTI. You know, we need more people like them to come forward and help try and grow the sport. I'm sure that our partnership will only grow from strength to strength. You know, I think the next year should be a lot better, is what I foresee. We've had a great turnout, great week. A special thanks to all the other individuals who have worked together to put this event in place and, of course, to try and make it a success. You know, there are a lot of people that work behind the scenes, which we are not familiar with. I'd like to, you know, thank the entire committee, actually. There are all the people that I can think of. I mean, Krishna, Subaya, Bopanna. Thank you very much, guys. It means a lot to us. Special thanks to all the volunteers. I haven't seen so many volunteers actually on a golf course. That goes to show the enthusiasm that you guys have shown for this particular event. Thank you very much, and also to all the spectators that were here. It gives a huge boost to our players, and they are, you know, each player is a person who likes to show off when they're on the golf course because showcase their skills. So I guess this is what actually gets them going. So thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you all again next year. And enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thank you very much. And of course, Team PGTI, well done, guys. Referees, fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Dr. Abraham Thomas, President JWGC, to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, fellow golfers, guests, invitees. Really, I'm very happy that Mysuru has hosted this first PGTI tournament in a befitting manner where we will go global, and Mysuru JWGC has set a mark. When you go to Google, when you see Mysuru is a place for tourism, tourism is just seeing palaces, archaeological structures and everything. Now, golfing should be the destination in Mysuru. Mysuru, we are ready to host each and everyone from PGTI to an international tournament. We will be set and we will be doing a much better job. Thank you, the PGTI team, for giving us this experience to come up in such a big way and perform this golf tournament as a success. I thank all my co-staff, my staff in office, and my dear members who volunteered and really sweated out all whole week long. Thank you one and all. I'd like to thank His Highness JWGC Chamarajawadiya, Member of Parliament, to be here to present this trophy, and our past president from IGU, Mr. Ryan Irani, who's here with to remember his father and himself sowed the seeds of golf in Mysuru, and we grew a big banyan tree. So today we can give a shade to our international golf event. And I can't forget to thank the Cycle Pure Agarbatis who came forward. They have a fantastic cricket team in Mysuru. Other than cricket, they started golf. So I thank Cycle Pure Agarbatis to be our principal sponsors. But I cannot forget to thank my own family, my friends who supported me for having this event in a good success, and my staff. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all your support. I would now like to request His Highness Yaduvir Krishna Datta Chamarajwadya, Honorable Member of Parliament, to kindly share his thoughts.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. I'm very honored that our Jai Chamarajendra Golf Club is hosting its first PGTI tournament here in Mysuru. At the outset, many congratulations to all of you, to PGTI as well, and to JWGC on what is, I think, a historic moment and something that I'm sure will be taken forward and mark really a forward step for Mysuru in terms of golfing. I may be biased, but I said this as well at the launch a couple weeks ago, that this is one of the prettiest golf courses in the country, with the backdrop of Chamundi Hills and the race course in between. And it is my personal appeal to you, as well as being a representative here and patron of JWGC, that we need more attention to our Mysuru Golf Club. It is on par with any other in the country, and I'm certain that our good friends here and hosts at JWGC will be able to provide much more and a much more befitting experience to golfing in India going forward. So our earnest appeal in that matter, taking that forward, and then congratulations to all the winners today, all the participants as well. It is an honor to have you all here in Mysuru, and I hope that golfing grows to even greater heights now here in Mysuru and in the country with all of your patronage. Many sponsors were already mentioned. My sincere thanks to them as well. PGTI, JWGC, all of whom have taken great strides in organizing this golf tournament. Many congratulations and thanks to you as well. And on behalf of Mysuru, I can really once again only congratulate all of you for a successful golf tournament and bringing so much attention to once again what is one of the prettiest golf courses in India. I hope that we continue to grow to greater heights. Saying that, my thanks to you all for inviting me here. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all your support. We now have the memento presentation ceremony, so I'd request Mr. Mandi, on behalf of PGTI, to kindly present a memento to Dr. Abraham Thomas, President, JWGC. Great hosts for the PGTI this week, the JWGC. I would now request Mr. Mandi to present a memento to Mr. Nandan Heblikar.
By the way, a special thanks to Nandan sir. He actually is the person who has instrumental, or I would say he's always given me the direction to a new golf course. So he's responsible for giving me the direction to the HGA to start with. Then, of course, came Vizag and now Mysuru. So, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I just keep hoping that you keep making golf courses that we can get onto.
We now have the hole-in-one announcement. Arjun Sharma made a hole-in-one on the 15th during round 2. He receives a check of rupees 20,000 from the PGTI for his effort. I would request Mr. M.S. Yashwant, Captain, JWGC, to kindly present the check to Arjun Sharma. It's now time to honor the best performance by an amateur. I would like to request Mr. Ryan Irani to kindly present the best amateur trophy to Veer Ganapati, 17-year-old, playing his first ever professional event. Scores of 63, 68, 61 and 67, 21 under, 259. He finished a creditable third in his very first appearance in a professional event. We are now announcing the runner-up, and I would request Mr. Chandregowda, Chairman, Mysuru Race Club Limited, to kindly present the prize to our runner-up this week. Aman Raj, with scores of 62, 67, 66 and 63 for a total of 22 under, 258. He takes away a prize money check worth rupees 10 lakh. He was there right till the end, in contention, till Shaurya made that birdie. It's time to announce the champion, and I would request Dr. Abraham Thomas, President JWGC, to kindly present the winning check of rupees 15 lakh to our champion this week. And I would then request His Highness Yaduvir Krishnadatta Chamarajavadia to kindly present the trophy after the check is handed over. The winner, Shaurya Binu. Scores of 64, 64, 64 and 65. His second win of the season, total of 23 under, 257. He receives a giant check worth rupees 15 lakh, and he will now trophy. Many congratulations to Shaurya. It's time for the customary winner's speech. So we request the winner to kindly address the gathering.
Hello everyone. I'm really excited, really thrilled. Not many times you actually get the opportunity to have a 5-footer to win a tournament. So that was just great. We just practice on the putting green, imagining that this 5-footer is to win, but to actually have it and to actually hold it, it's something else. I'd like to thank JWGC Golf Club. I mean, the greens were fantastic. I mean, they were so true and helped me hold a lot of putts. Thanks to Cycle Pure Agarbatti for the sponsor, and I mean, of course, it's pretty obvious. Without the sponsor, the tournament is not possible, so thank you so much. And thanks to all the tour partners of PGTI as well, all the referees, Uttam sir, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'd like to thank my family also, my mom, my dad, my younger brother. As we speak, my dad is in the borders defending our country, and I'm just playing here. So thank you, Dad. I love you, mom. I love you, my brother. And last but not the least, obviously, I'd like to thank Team TSG. They have been behind me for the past 3 months in the off season, and I'm pretty sure the results are showing. Thanks to Sumit sir helping me on the rehab. Thanks to Tarun sir helping me with the swing. It was really helpful. Thanks to Nelson sir, my strength trainer. Thanks to Pranav sir, my sports psychologist. Hope I look calm on the course today. Thank you. This was for Team TSG. Thank you.
Well done. Congratulations, Shaurya. Well, all good things have to come to an end, and we are coming to the end of this fantastic week. But before we wrap up, we'd like to thank host venue JWGC and all the committee members, associate partner Cycle Pure Agarbattis, Mr. Nitin, Mr. Somaya, and all the core staff, office staff, Mr. Mallikarjun and Mr. Raju, caddy master, Mr. Venki, Mr. Sudarshan, who was managing the range, all the volunteers, a big hand for the volunteers, members of the club, all players, referees and officials, and of course our tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, Nissan, Bisleri, Amrutanjan Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, AVP Live for the fantastic live coverage, and Eurosport for beaming the live coverage, and Golf Design India. Thank you and look forward to seeing you all next year.
Bye.